Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the NECC Network. My name is Bearlight, joined by the one, the only Captain at Soka here with me on this channel. Excited about some NECC Rocket League as always, and it's a pleasure joining you, Captain. I know you weren't scheduled for this one, but super excited to have you on board here.
Well, you see, isn't that some of the best times to come alive is when you're not scheduled for it, so that way you can come in and actually do the thing at your best when you're going right off the bat and not on a schedule? That's just me, though. I don't like being part of the schedule. So the fact that I'm in here, even when I'm not supposed to be, that just shows how much I love this place here at the NECC.
Exactly, and honestly, I'm the same way. If I hop right into it, I get to be creative, which my mind is honestly just built that way. It's a little bit different, but we'll go ahead and jump in quickly to the first one. We know that we're a little bit behind, and we appreciate your patience as well, should you be waiting for this stream. We have Hood College facing off with Ole Miss Red, both from the Challengers White Division, both teams with a winning record, too. Hood College coming in 3-0 in this one, whereas Ole Miss Red at 2-1. So Hood College, on paper, a little bit stronger here so far, at least in this season, but I mean, they've had some decent competition to start things off. You know what? Let's go ahead and hop right into action. Game number one underway with this one, as it'll be Hood College in blue, Ole Miss Red in yellow. As the first little bit, Alex will be up for it. Does get a flip reset here, but will hold it back. No real opportunity as it'll hang here at midfield. Rusty up for this one. Try for the double touch. He's up a couple of times, but couldn't quite get around him for the shot. The follow-up is there as well, but a good touch away from the Hood College defense.
Now, you see, I already know, because I'm wearing a red shirt, there might be a misconception that I intentionally did that to root for Ole Miss Red. Not the case. Both of these teams are going to be going back and forth non-stop, and already nearly a shot on target, but it will not go in as the counterattack will come in underway, and it will be Nader Tot to get the first goal on the board. And already the first goal has been scored.
Very nicely done. Hood College just relying on their defense early, as they were challenged over and over again. But Ole Miss Red just had their opportunities, and decent ones at that. I would argue their shots were on point. But Hood College was able to hold off their defense in the meantime. And look, again, it just stellar defense to begin things here for Hood College. But Ole Miss Red, if they keep up this shot count, they should be okay for the rest of the games. Just trying to find the first one to break the ice. Is it there? No, another great save. It's Naderton again with the defense. He's been outstanding.
Absolutely. And right now, the fact that they have this one goal lead against Ole Miss Red is honestly just going to bode well for them the further they go on into this match number one. And honestly, that has been the script more often than not, is that the first team to score is usually the one that wins it, because they get that early boost of morale and momentum. But with that being said, there is still 3 minutes and 30 on the clock, still plenty of time for Ole Miss Red to find their first goal and equalize.
Sure is. It'll be back out of the zone here for Hood College, though, as they'll get the next opportunity, despite Ole Miss and their intentions to try to get back on track. As all caps, not quite get it around the defense. Again, Alex was able to get it out temporarily. A good chance there from Naderton as well. And the shot will somehow find its way through. It didn't quite have the velocity that you typically need on a shot, but it didn't matter. You put it on target, and good things will happen.
Yeah, this is just self-evident of what we talk about all the time, Bearlight. Honestly, we talk about taking the shot after shot, just putting shots on target, even if it's not a fast shot. That one was rather slow. As long as you're putting shots on target, you're forcing the defense out of position, and you're forcing them to exhaust their resources and their boost, their mentality, their positioning. Eventually, if you put enough shots on target, one will go in, and that's exactly what we saw come out from Hood College.
Exactly right. Ole Miss trying to match that energy as well to maybe put one in themselves. As Alex will get the first touch, try to get to Rusty, but all caps was so quick to turn and get in the way and disrupt that play before it could begin. And they begin to move in transition here, as now it's Alex again trying to hold them in this game. A couple of times he's looked for some clears, but I think they just need to kind of calm down, maybe quicker passes out of the zone, because right now they seem to be stuck at midfield, and that's all that pressure from Hood College playing the trap zone game.
And they're doing a really good job at it right now, because they're constantly keeping Ole Miss strangleholded inside of their own half, forcing them to play defense. And as long as they keep that possession away from them, then Ole Miss will have virtually no opportunity to score, as finally Ole Miss will turn things around. But the shot is not on target, as this is going to get cleared away and go right back into Ole Miss territory.
Now they'll try and settle and a play, but a little bit too far away from themselves as it allowed Ole Miss to get back to it. But when they did, another challenge in keeping in the zone from Hood College. As Rusty will move it forward here, try to get that read, almost did. Just a little bit shy, and Ole Miss will have to try again from midfield. But of course, the 50's there. It has been all game long here for Hood College. Oh, but slamming at a chance to maybe put it out of reach there for Hood College. It comes up a little bit short, but they continue to keep the pressure on as it builds, and we move late into this game number 1. 50-50 there in the middle. And the block shot goes well wide, and that'll keep Ole Miss Red in it with just for now.
Yeah, unfortunately, right now for Ole Miss Red, they are just struggling to break out of their own half and develop any type of an offensive push against Hood College. And now, finally, it looks like they could have an opportunity with the pass down, but it will be a missed touch on the pass read, and then the third person back for Ole Miss Red finally comes through there at the midfield. Won't be able to get the follow-up, but here it comes again. They have backup there on the side and now coming out of the corner, but Nader Tot is there to clear this one out and send this one back towards the midfield.
Hood College, whenever they're in the offense, they're keeping it there. And whenever they're on the defense, whenever Ole Miss has an opportunity to really push it forward and establish some offensive dominance, it's a great save from Hood College again. Doesn't matter who. Slamming's been great. Nader Tot has had a couple of saves of his own, and that defense has been everything as we tick down even later into this game number 1. Now trying to kill some time. It'll be Eagle Rock from that side wall, but slamming again with a good read. And Alex will be forced to just get a touch on it, but it's right back into the hands of Hood College. They'll start from the corner. Down to 10 seconds left, and they need a goal within 5 seconds. Otherwise, this one is definitely over. And sure enough, with that time, we'll tick down. Alex will try to transition back, maybe get one on the board for Ole Miss. It is not to be, and Hood College will take game number 1 here, and pretty decisively. Like I said, Captain, it was just offense when they needed it and just keep the pressure on. And whenever it snuck by, their defense was there to back them up.
You know what was crazy to me about that one is that when you look at the shot count, it was actually Ole Miss Red that had the majority of the shots. Normally, it's the flip that's script on that. It's the script that is flipped on that one because normally the team that wins is the team that keeps the majority of the possession, has the higher shot count. But no, it was actually Ole Miss Red that was actually taking the majority of the shots. But unfortunately, they couldn't find the back of the net because, like you said, it was that defense coming out from Hood College that was just constantly taking hit after hit of in return, making Ole Miss Red exhaust themselves, use all their resources, and then eventually they attack. They turn their defense into offense, and after Ole Miss Red had literally nothing left in the tank, they were able to come up with a fast break play in order to accumulate some offense. But already it's going to be Ole Miss Red who is going to end the score drought, and they will find the back of the board first here in game number 2.
And that could mean everything for this squad as well, the way that they struggle to put in goals. You think about game number 1, and in the first minute or so, that's where a majority of those shots came from, when Ole Miss outshot Hood College and yet 0 goals to show for it, right? And so now to get one early really gets the monkey off the back. But maybe a quick answer here for Hood College as they do put the pressure on. They'll stay here at midfield. It'll be Nate looking for a pass across. He does find all caps. He'll push it forward. Into the corner, waits, good patient there to leave it in the middle of the field, and because of that, you find Nader Tot. He's free at the midfield and puts it in the back of the nets, and they'll even things at 1.
Now, you see, this is something that's absolutely dangerous coming out of Hood College, is one, they have good rotation. That's already pivotal. But what makes Hood College even more dangerous is that they have great tight rotation. They can move within the corners of the map, of the pitch, and not getting in each other's way. They can rotate so close to each other without bumping each other, without really giving up any type of positioning. And honestly, being able to position that close to your teammates successfully and being able to rotate without getting in the way of your teammates, to me, is a dangerous attribute for any team to have.
It definitely is. Finding that balance is everything with a team, as Hood College has found the greatest balance of attack and defense here. As Ole Miss Red was pressing in the box, but Hood College, they seem very comfortable for being so close to disaster. It doesn't really matter. There's a couple of misses here, too. Alex forced to jump up in on the play, and although he does get the clear out, it'll be directly back into their hands and pushed out by Slammin, who plays to himself. A couple of touches here will force Eagle up as he's the only one back, and it stays to the side wall. Caps waiting back beat to it on the play was Rusty as he kind of tries to fall back in position where he can rotate around and maybe get a challenge here. Rusty, the true freshman here, going up for it. The shot and in. Nicely done in the air from Rusty. He'll make it 2-1 for Ole Miss. The freshman comes up big.
Absolutely, and coming up big in a major way. They really needed to turn things around here in game number 2, and they are doing just that. Not only were they able to take the 1-goal early lead, but once again, with 3 minutes and 17 on the clock, they're able to break the tie and get yet another goal on the board, giving them the 2-1 lead over Hood College.
Yeah, great job to establish that. And, it could get away from you again when you've been putting all the pressure in the world on, but I've been having trouble finding goals to get that second one to jump back in after a disappointing game one loss. That just means everything to them. Another opportunity here for Rusty, but he goes a little bit short. And a bump will free up a little bit of space here for Hood College. As the eyeball down the field, that's a great pass, but just out of the reach of an attacker there for Hood College. It'll be Ole Miss Red trying to get out, but nothing doing as they kind of rotate around awkwardly. A loose play will fall in the hands of Slammed, and he will tie it up yet again. Just a quick answer.
And again, this is just something that Hood College has constantly done. They're able to shoot from all sides of the map, including being able to shoot from completely on the side and near on the wall. And still, like I said, that tight rotation, being able to find your teammates like that in quick succession is something that makes their shots even that much more unpredictable. So it's no surprise that they were able to equalize 2-2 in such a short amount of time.
Oh, look at this pass, too. A great job to clean up from the back wall, though. If I were to argue who's been the better team so far, and yeah, Ole Miss has put a lot of chances on the board, or a lot of shots on the board, I should say, but the real quality chances have been from Hood College. I think they're the better team in this one so far, and so Ole Miss really would love to walk away with this win and say, hey, we're even in the series regardless of how we've been playing, and now it's the time to really turn it around. We'll see if they can do it. As out the midfield, good challenge here from Old Caps. It's back in the zone, right in the box. A great job from Alex as well to keep that one out, and they'll just buy some time to grab some boost. And now down under 2 minutes. Another shot's there. Great job to defend from Eagle Rock. Now Slammin trying to move in himself. It's up. It's all Caps, rather. And Rusty will move it out of the zone. Hater. Challenged by Rusty. He's been so quick in the midfield. Been a good presence here for Ole Miss as they try and piece things together. But another hold into the zone here for Hood College.
Yeah, and like you were saying, Rusty definitely showing up big for Ole Miss Red. And honestly, most of the time when we get a highlight reel worthy play that's coming from Ole Miss Red, more often than not, it's Rusty being able to get the job done. But we need to see a little reoccurrence here coming from Rusty's backup on the defensive side of things, so that way they can get some more done on offense. And once again, we see Rusty going in it alone. But finally, a little bit of awakening coming from the rest of Ole Miss Red as they were going for that demo play. Oh. And now the follow-up from Eagle Rock will put this one into the back of the net, and they will once again take the lead here in game number 2.
That's so unfortunate for Nader too. He saw him jump in the play trying to get a bump to disrupt things, but really all it did was knock him back into position so he could have the best read on that play, and he took advantage of it. Well done. Good intentions all around, but this time it favors Ole Miss, as they've been looking for that. They've been looking for a bit of ball bouncing luck, right? Where the ball is going to fall for you for once. And for Ole Miss, they finally found it, and will continue to try to build and establish something because of it. At Hood College, we know one thing. Every time Ole Miss has scored, it's been an answer directly back from Hood College. Just a matter of time, it almost feels like. So the more time they can hang in this offensive zone, the better.
And honestly, that's the case most of the time. But right now, it's really on Ole Miss Red. This is Ole Miss Red's game to win right now. So all they have to do is capitalize on every single mistake that comes out of Hood College and not give any mistakes up of their own. They have to maintain possession, and they only have to do it for 20 more seconds. This is really no reason that Ole Miss Red should not be walking away with a dub right here.
Exactly right. Well, we'll see what happens here as Rusty's trying to buy some time, kill it, but it's right there in front. A good clear there, though, to buy time. And Airtot will have to try and establish it from his own end. That's a good start, as now he'll get another touch off the back wall. It should be killed. Here it is. And Ole Miss Red will even the series at 1.
And there you go. Just like that, we have an answer back from Ole Miss Red. And honestly, coming from game 1, what nearly seemed like a one-sided adventure now doesn't seem so much. It looks a lot better now going into game number 3 with an even scoreline, because when we come here to the NECC, nobody wants to see a blowout. We want to see a good old-fashioned back and forth fight all the way, hopefully, to an overtime situation, which we haven't got to see one yet, but there might be one in the near future.
Could be, as even as these teams have been so far. Hood has looked like the more balanced team, but when we talk about pop-up potential and the amount of shots, just the volume of shots we've seen from Ole Miss, I mean, it's really tough to tell. Is Ole Miss going to keep up that same kind of offensive pressure? That's the only way I think that they pull out this series. Otherwise, Hood College, with their balanced play and their quick answers for me, has definitely got the advantage. We head into game number 3, even at 1 in this series, if you're just joining us. As Eagle Rock already up for that one, just a little bit off that read. Otherwise, that was a goal for sure. It's still in the box, but finally cleared out with a purpose from Hood College.
I'm not going to lie, it seems like Ole Miss Red really flipped the script here on Hood College, not just saying, oh, you know, they're playing more aggressively, but they're playing aggressively well. Like, they're able to put shots on target instead of just constantly peppering the backboard, maybe hitting the crossbar, maybe hitting the sideboard. No, they're putting them on target, forcing Hood College to come up with clutch last-second saves. And now where we saw Hood College really dominate the midfield, it's now Ole Miss Red, who is constantly getting the boost stars, who are constantly rotating towards the mid and keeping Hood College confined in their half. But one misstep here, and Nader Tot is able to take it away and turn things around and get the first goal here in game number 3.
Yeah, Atsoka, you weren't wrong at all. It's exactly what Ole Miss was doing, and they were doing a great job of it. But when you do that, you sacrifice, a little bit of positioning there on the defensive end if you don't play it perfectly, if you're not sharp 100% of the time. So it's a great strategy when you can nail it and nail it all the time, and they were for a while there, but now things have gone awry, and Hood College going to take advantage of it yet again. This one, an errant bounce there, and Nader Tot able to take advantage of it with one of the weaker shots we've seen. Eagle Rock tried everything he could, but unfortunately an own goal in that one.
Hey, it could be a little bit of a weak shot. We've seen these slow rollers go in before, but that was a one cheeky shot, I have to say. Coming off of the 50-50 pinch off of the kickoff, and then finding the ground pinch immediately off the ceiling. It might have been not the fastest shot in the world, but I gotta say it was a tough one to read if you're a defender.
Sure was. Trying to get back to it, too. The way he was positioned a little bit too far forward, but still had the opportunity to get there. It was really just the recognition of Nader Tot, knowing that with this position, he was able to kind of sneak it by him. That's what he did. Well, now we have a 2-0 Hood College advantage here, as game 1 was Hood College all the way. Ole Miss did even things, but we're jump right back into it. So both of these Titans here in the Challengers division trading punches. So that shot will challenge the back wall, but Nader Tot was able to get to it. Now Eagle Rock to the corner. Will challenge. A great job to put it back in the box with slamming with great support. Oh, what a save there from Rusty, because they transitioned quickly, and he was able to read that before it established anything.
Alex now putting on a lot of pressure in towards the corner, looking for backup here, but it will be cleared away. And I gotta say, I love the confidence coming from Ole Miss Red. Even though that they're down 2-0, they are not afraid to get into the faces of Hood College and really bring the aggression. Don't get me wrong, it's come back to bite them in the butt early on, but when you're looking down the barrel at a 2-0 deficit, literally at halftime, 2 minutes and 30 remaining, you have got to pull out all the stops and try and find some way to get on the board.
Exactly right. And they're trying to establish it, to figure out what went wrong, because obviously the adjustment was there the first time they had to. But ever since then, it's been a little bit different. But Eagle Rock will look for transition, unfortunately going a little bit more east to west rather than north to south on that challenge. It'll be Nader Tot waiting back for it. We'll leave it for slamming. He's going to try to get the angled shot. Interesting turn there. He wanted to hit with the corner of his car, but it was a little bit awkward there. But able to move forward is Nader Tot now. He'll look for a teammate as it's a cross, but no teammate really available there. Slamming forced to catch it and throw it out in front, but again, he wasn't able to do much with it. And so now a 50 attempt there from Eagle Rock. Rusty to transition himself. We'll try to read off the corner. He does get a shot off, but a nice save there from Nader Tot in the box.
I got to say, that was a spectacular play from the defender, being able to get there before Rusty could and put a stop to that, because more often than not, you're going to see a defender wait for the shot to come through and then react, but no, the defense was reacting first on that play, and now it's going to be up to Ole Miss Red to try and beat the defense of Hood College yet again. We already know Hood College is a very defensive-heavy team, and they are very dangerous inside of their own half. As we've saw time and time again, they can literally take any bad situation and turn it into a good one. But now Ole Miss Red once again just struggling to get past that Hood College defense.
They sure are, aren't they? It just seems like they have a slight, a slight space that they can establish, and then once they get to it, they cut them right off, and they no longer have that opportunity. And because of that, they've been having to kind of play every play by ear. And although it's good to have reaction, trying to be reactionary all the time doesn't exactly pay off. You see Hood College as they'll put in their third goal of this tilt, so they're likely to go up 2-1 in this series, which is huge in a best of 5, especially when you've been the more balanced team. Again, like I would argue.
Absolutely. And once again, we just saw Hood College run that same play style, the relying on the defense and then turning that into a fast break play. That's exactly what we saw. Ole Miss Red once again putting on that pressure, putting on the aggression like they rightfully should. But then it was Hood College to come in clutch with that save, and they literally sent one player up for the cherry pick after the save, after the clear, and turned it into an offensive play, and it led to yet another goal. With only 15 seconds remaining, I think it's safe to say that Hood College might be walking away with this one, but hold the phone. It's not over yet. Ole Miss Red is going to answer back with maybe, just maybe, enough time to equalize.
Oh, Alex with the highlight reel play there as he sent that skyward towards top shelf, top 90, left side. Forget about it. That was insane. What a flick. If only it had come a little bit earlier there. This is the last opportunity to really get it close, pull it within one, and it will not be, as Ole Miss Red, maybe a little bit of confidence to build. I love the fact that you go for something like that to really get the squad behind you, to really get them amped up, because otherwise, we talked about the first 4.5 minutes there at Soka, and I said Hood College is going to win in 4. Easy, hands down. No chance for Ole Miss. But that little play, that is enough to spark your squad, really get them behind your statement and get them rolling in the right direction.
Yeah, it's always better to go down swinging than to just go down looking, honestly, because they were able to get that consolation goal and maybe build a little bit of momentum going into the next game, which honestly, it is applied to every single sport. It's applied to every single esport. As long as you got time on the board and the game is not over, you play until the game is done. And honestly, that's just rule 0, keeping the ball up and keeping the ball alive as long as you possibly can. And Alex, honestly, just putting that goal on the board, trying to get a little bit of morale going for his team as we get ready to head into the next match.
Yeah, that's right. A game 4 on the way, as Hood College did allow themselves to pull into the game advantage, right? It's now match points, and they have the real opportunity to close things out. If their defense keeps playing the way that they have been playing, then you force Alex to make those plays for Ole Miss. You force the team across the pitch to be that good and that strong on the offense all the time in order to beat you, and you can shut things down. But Ole Miss, the way that they like to take shots and really just in bunches, well, that gives them an opportunity too. We'll have to kind of see how game 4 plays out. I have a feeling that a strong start means a strong finish here in this game number 4.
Well, all that remains is for it to play out on the field here in game 4. It's already the back and forth is in fact underway. And now it's going to be Ole Miss Red once again taking it to Hood College. But Hood College once again being able to transition quickly back into offense. Now has an opportunity going off the backboard, but it will be cleared away by Ole Miss. And now, once again, Hood College find themselves on the defensive side of things.
They sure do. And now we'll have to try and play out as another big save there. That's what I'm talking about. A great challenge there from Eagle Rock. Nothing taken away from Ole Miss in their offensive presence. But Hood College defense all over it. Rusty, great job to settle down and win that 50-50, but it will fall into the hands of Nader Tzot. He'll push back in. Alex, a little bit awkward in this one, having to try and make the read, but the shot from Nader Tzot going to go well wide. That was a real good opportunity there from Hood College. You don't see them miss many of those opportunities, but Old Miss will be holding off Hood College in the meantime.
Yeah, and honestly, one thing I really got to point this out now for Ole Miss. The one time that they were doing extraordinarily well and they were able to find the back of the net is when they were breaking out the demolition and physical plays. Since then, we haven't seen much of it at all. We barely see any demos, and if they do occur, they're occurring at the midfield. We know Hood College likes to play defense. They like spending time in their net. It's time you take the damage to them in their own net. They really need to get some bumps, some demos, some physical play to knock them out of their comfort zone, knock them out of the net, and literally clear the way for their teammates to try and get a goal here. As we approach 3 minutes, we are still stuck even 0-0.
Oh, a little bit of a close chance there as Hood College was on the doorstep, but Ole Miss answered And got it out for the time being. Eagle Rock, that's a pretty crazy angle he almost hit, as he'll now try to work it out. But you're right, Atsuka. They really had a midfield presence. Hood College did before, but now they're getting beat to balls on occasion. So I'd like to see them amp up that speed, and that's a way that they can definitely close it out. It was super effective in Game 1 and in Game 3. Now they find themselves in a good opportunity here as well, as that one went through the box. But Rusty, the freshman, going to keep it out. A good fake, as he was out of boost and tried to get a little bit fancy when you're out of boost. You know, you're out of resources. You just have to kind of amp up and get creative there.
Absolutely. When it comes to boost, I'll be honest with you. My policy is always fake it till you make it. If you don't have boost, just pretend like you don't. I mean, pretend like you do and do what you can to get past the defense, because you might not have boost, but the other team doesn't know that. Just still commit and continue the play as if you had a full tank and try and make the best of it.
Definitely. And faking it can be hard sometimes. You know, when you hit the wave dash, the other team may be able to recognize it. But in the meantime, make the most of it. You're absolutely right. As right now, it's across Hood College's box, but they do a good job of handling it. That's until it goes off the corner and a miss, and an opportunity, a bump there as well, as Ole Miss trying to take some notes from you, Atsuka, and get that bump in physicality. They're back out again. Coincidence? It's going to be Alex that strikes first. 1-0 Ole Miss.
Yeah, that was a fantastic shot coming from Alex, but this pass from Rusty was nothing short of nuttery buttery. We didn't get the chance to see it in the highlight play, but if you caught it, you know what I'm talking about. Rusty was in the middle of that back rotation. Remember, they opted out not to rush in to go for that early play, and instead decided to rotate back around at the midfield, literally turned around on the wall, read the touch, and got the play to send that one down to Alex to get that 1-goal lead. That was a fantastic change coming from Rusty and a fantastic reaction to get that pass play down. Now they have the 1-goal lead with 1:15 left to go.
And that's one freshman amping up another freshman. We saw Alex, and he was the one that amped things up late in that last game, although they took a loss. He really got things started and got them in the right direction, got the energy level up high. And now you see it reflecting in Rusty's play. He was the one with the great pass there on the last one. And Alex is playing such a good game, too. That one just off the post as well, as you see him go back to work and try and just establish everything he's been doing in the past couple minutes.
And this just goes to show how far one physical play, one bump, even one attempt can go. Because as soon as you throw that wrench into the plan of Hood College, as soon as you throw that one problem into their rotation, they start to scramble and they start to lose their defensive positioning and they start to make mistakes. And that's how you can find ways to get onto the net and get on the board.
Oh, and they strike through again. We might be looking at a Game 5, I told you. The Prophet strikes again, and so does Rusty, as a great pass again from Alex, and the two freshmen continue to just trade opportunities and set each other up on a regular basis. It's been beautiful.
Yeah, and we know they can work that in and out. We know what they're capable of. They're a very offensive-heavy team. So once they get the opportunity to strike, they're going to make it happen. But it was all about getting past that Hood College defense. And now they have been able to do that. They found the chink in the armor, and now they can take this game comfortably with a 2-goal cushion.
It's been outstanding to watch. And the Eagle Rock has been exactly that. He has been the rock to hold this Ole Miss team together as Alex and Rusty just go back and forth and just set each other up consistently. It's always good to have that third that's there and reliable when you need it. And for Ole Miss, they had issues giving up goal after goal. So to have that back presence while you allow your forwards to strike. I know forward's not an actual position in Rocket League. Obviously, it's more rotationally sound. But that being said, you still know who your strikers are. You know who your go-to pair is when you're trying to find some offense. And for me, it's those two as they continue to find one another and the Eagle Rock there in support.
Oh, 100%. And just like that, from what we thought going into this might have been a one-sided venture, is now going all the way to a game number 5. And clearly, coming from the first game to now, Ole Miss Red was definitely on the back burner for a lot of these games, but they were able to adapt and they were able to react and come up with a surefire way to take this one all the way to a game number 5. And already, they are starting off heavy with the offense. And here in game number 5, they will be the ones to strike first.
And it's the Eagle Rock who, Eagle Rock, I talked about him being that third that third man back, right, in being the rock here, but that's what happens. You start looking at Hood College and how they want to defend, and it's let's watch Alex, let's watch Rusty, let's get in their passing lanes, let's make sure that they can't hook up. And when you're so focused on that, that's when Eagle Rock can come through and score goals for you too. Ole Miss looking strong right off the bat.
And it's doing them a lot of justice here. Is now Hood College kind of finding themselves in a little bit of a tizzy now because they don't know how to react to this aggression coming out of Ole Miss. And now that Ole Miss has been able to really react and kind of opt out to take a little bit of a page from the playbook of Hood College, turning their defense into offense. Now they're really holding the line on their own side, not allowing anything to go by, and now turning those defensive plays into fast break plays. Ole Miss Red still rotating and positioning very well on defense.
They are. Look at that great challenge save from Rusty. He was left on an island and did such a great job of holding off. That's slamming. Gonna leave it here as Nader's on, trying to get to it as well. But College, I mean, they're trying to hold on when really they need to start amping things up. It just doesn't seem like they've had much presence at all, to be honest, in that midfield. We knew that it was gonna haunt them. And perhaps it did. Nader Tsai with the 50, though, will win it forward. A chance is Sean off the crossbar. They need this one. They do. It's Slamming, able to get it through, and they tie this game number 5 at 1.
Yep, it's good to see Hood College answer back in a major way. And a nice play there. They were able to get the up and over off the pass coming from Nader Tot, and then also bump the defender out of the way just in case, a little bit of insurance to make sure that ball found the back of the net. Nothing super spectacular, but a textbook Rocket League play in order to equalize here 1-1.
Man, what an instant classic save. Oh my, he got to it. I think he had the ability to, and yet somehow defies physics to get up for that save. And we remain tied at 1 here as this game continues to heat up second after second.
Yeah, all caps now taking this one towards the midfield, and the 50-50 will fall in favor of Hood College, but the Eagle Rock is able to answer right back and send this one back to Hood College territory. Now Nader Tot going up and high towards the side, gets stuck in the corner, is now will be Ole Miss Red with a passing opportunity as a double commit comes out for Hood College, but luckily it doesn't cost them much as the ball will find its way towards the mid, and it will go in, and Ole Miss Red will go up 2-1.
Oh, man, you saw them get knocked out of the net, get bumped there, too, and Slamming almost got to it. So unfortunate that it went up the right side of his car versus the other side, that left side that would have saved it. And they scrambled back, and against all odds, Ole Miss made it super difficult to make the save. They almost did, but they weren't able to accomplish it, and so now Ole Miss Red with a 2-1 lead here in game number 5. If you're just joining us, they had to battle back from that 2-1 series deficit. Has done a great job in the last 2 games to really establish things, as they've lost virtually no momentum since they stepped up. Rusty is shot. Great job from the back wall, though, from Slamming, as he's able to make that save in the meantime and hold on to this 2-1 lead.
Yeah, and right now the only thing that looks a little dangerous for Hood College is that it doesn't look like they're sharing the field a lot. They look a little bit too close together on their rotation, and that makes me a little nervous for them because we already know Ole Miss Red, if need be, can get a long clear and find the back of the net or even just find a great pass play downfield. So if I was Hood College right now, I'd be really, really careful as nearly they find the back of the net there, able to get a good pass play, but their transition, the defense is on point, and they're able to get back in time.
If I'm not mistaken, I think Old Caps might have accidentally bumped Nader Tot in the process, too. Never good. It's across, nobody there, and he's able to sneak it in. It's Ole Miss up 3-1 now with just 1 minute and 45 seconds remaining on the clock.
And this was just a great play. Once again, we see Ole Miss bring in the speed, bring in the aggression, and a nice solo play coming out from Rusty. How many times have we mentioned Rusty today in this series, constantly popping off and being the highlight reel-worthy offensive player to come in clutch for Ole Miss? And with 1 minute and 40, they come in absolutely clutch, once again giving Ole Miss Red that insurance goal and that 2-goal cushion over Hood College.
Can't get too comfortable, though, the way that Hood College puts up those passes, but yes, giving yourself that much room feels really good, and also it makes the other team feel, aka Hood College, like it's a mountain to climb, especially late in a game number 5. It's suddenly a scramble mode versus, going back to the game plan, so you're right, that was huge. We'll see if they can close it out, but they have 1 minute and 7 left on the clock in a Hood College team who likes to put on shots whenever they're feeling it, but a miss there at midfield. Good job from all caps to turn on this one. Touch back out, and more time killed here for Ole Miss Red. As Alex baited into this one, slamming. Gonna try and start things up with numbers, but he's out of boost too, and it looked like a double commit there too will make it awkward. And yet they get red! Eagle Rock jumps in on the play, and that'll all but do it here. They're up 4-1 now with less than a minute remaining.
That was one of the nastiest 50-50 reads I think I've seen so far at the NECC. Only because not only did Eagle Rock win the initial 50-50 to get past one defender, but then they did it again 2 times in a row. Did they beat the 50-50 read to find the back of the net? That was just a tremendous 50-50 prowess there. Reminded me a lot of Fireburner. For those that don't remember, the 50-50 God, the 90-10. And it's good to see that people still have those 50-50 mechanics.
The legend, and I bet he's, if you're watching this stream, Eagle, gotta absolutely be flattered by that statement, because Fireburner was one of the best. Was the best at 50-50s and getting those reads, and I agree. It was such a timely one as well, which really spoke to the way that they were able to bring this series back. It was Hood College up 2-1 in this series when we headed into Game 4, but it is 4-1 in Game 5, and Ole Miss will walk away with this one with a great comeback effort led by Rusty and Alex's offense and Eagle Rock and his ability to create plays. What a game there for Ole Miss as they close out this match.
What a game and what a series. Literally taking that one away. Just one game shy of a reverse sweep, honestly. Like, you can't get much closer than that. And speaking of close, even though that this series was literally neck and neck, what feels like for the majority of the time, we didn't see not one overtime during that series, Bearlight.
That's so crazy to me. It was so close, back and forth. It seemed like each team did have their game that they were really excelling. And for Hood College, unfortunately, on the wrong side of that, only 2 out of the 5, right? You give it a game 7, right? If it's a best of 7, rather, maybe it's a different story. Because you're right, as close as the series was, it just seemed like either one team was on it and the other was not, or vice versa. And in this one, props to Ole Miss, because you could hang your head, say, hey, they got a 2-1 series lead, we're out of it, right? But that was not the case. They were able to close things out, and we'll be back with more action here on the NECC Network as well. It's a quick break, and we'll see you in just a bit. Welcome back to the NECC Network. Joining me in the booth here is Captain at Soka. Excited to have you, sir. And we have our next matchup ready to go already. And that's super exciting to me as the Rocket League continues to push through. The first matchup that we had, a best of 5, went to 5. Although no overtimes like we had mentioned, still a close series. And I expect nothing less here moving forward. Captain, let's go ahead and look at the lineups for this next matchup as we have SUNY Oswego facing off with the University of Ottawa Blue. Oswego coming in with Johnamites, Gruff, and Cobalt. A relatively older squad here, as a lot of freshmen have taken over the scene, but a senior, junior, and junior make up this lineup.
Yeah, well, it's good to see that some of the higher ups there, some of the seniors here, really stepping up to fill the shoes in for their Collegiate Esports Association, which honestly to me is what they really need to do before they graduate, because you want to try and get as many of the top tier esports games as you can while you're still in college, while you're still in school, so that way you can really stack up that resume for when you're trying to make your way out of the bubble scene and eventually find yourself an organization. So it's really good to see that these players like Johnamite, Cobalt, and Gruff are getting their games in while they can before the freshman talent come in and really start to do damage.
Yeah, I mean, look at computer science, tech ed, and computer science as well as their studies, which means potentially 200 IQ plays all around. That's some serious stackage when it comes to the IQ column. Let's take a look at Ottawa Blue as well. And, they come into this matchup 1 and 2 as well as Joy Boy, Zulu, and Sass come in. Sophomore, juniors is still a little bit older on that scale to some degree, a little bit younger in that sense. But this team coming off a win, and so they're riding that momentum, whereas when we talk about Oswego, they actually came off a couple of losses. Does that make a difference here in your mind, Captain?
Well, you see, honestly, when you're going into your next matchup, of course, you'd rather be coming in off of a win because you have that momentum and you have that morale that, that you could bring into this game, hopefully being able to take that and use it against your opponents going into the next matchup. I mean, unfortunately, when you're coming off of a loss, it is a little bit harder to come into the next game with a positive outlook, with a positive type of energy that you bring to the field. So, I mean, it's always better to come off of a win. It's even better to come in off a 3-0 sweep, but that doesn't guarantee anything. You can even take the biggest defeat possible and still come into the next matchup and absolutely dominate. So is it the biggest factor in the world? No. But is it a factor at all? Absolutely.
There you go. And Zulu is the pronunciation there. So my apologies as I made the mistake earlier. Zulu, Joy Boy, and Sass make up Ottawa, who has been such a reliable school when it comes to talent. They have hired a whole bunch, and when I say hire, I mean just scouted a whole bunch of talent there for Ottawa Blue. As we get things underway with game number 1, right off the bat, Ottawa Blue showing up and showing out. It's Joy Boy that gets the first goal here to make it 1-0.
Yeah, man, I like seeing Sauce already coming out with the... I don't even want to know. I don't know. Is the Merc now officially a meta vehicle? Because I keep saying I love seeing non-meta vehicles, but the more and more I see the Merc, it's starting to make me think that the Merc is now meta. I don't know. What you think, Bearlight?
It's interesting to me as well. I've seen it a whole bunch, and I know it used to... It was gravitating that way, okay, for a little bit. I saw it around, and I know it was modeled after the Merc, I believe. Don't hold me to that, but either way, I've seen a whole lot more players use it a couple of seasons ago, and it's been just as hot ever since. That being said, it's not used as often. Speaking of a non-meta car, well, look at Zulu as well. As we said, it's going to be a high IQ match, trying to throw those fakes, and sure enough, we see that right off the bat, too.
Yeah, you literally have a team of engineers playing on the field right now, so this should be their bread and butter going into this matchup, being able to line up some shots as we see Joy Boy send that one all the way to the other side of the pitch, and now Zulu is going to be sending this one up with what I believe is the Takumi, and now a 50-50 pinch going all the way to the other side of the field back in Oswego territory, as now Sasori is going to be not going to be able to get the read on that. It's Zulu instead. Cobalt now taking a turn here, getting an up and over past one defender, but now they have a 2v1 scenario going off the backboard, and all the time in the world to follow up, but it's not on target. What I think could be considered a near wasted opportunity.
Just about. It might be able to consider it there. It was a kind of a striking opportunity there that just did not quite find its way in. But the midfield has been pretty locked down both ways, as that opportunity might be one of the few. But it will be Sass looking to jump up on the play here next from the corner. A bit of a mistake there as it hangs out in the middle of the field. And now a back pass to Gruff, but it's cut off in the process. Joy Boy, the first one to score here, the lone scorer in this match. Will attempt to jump into on the play, but we'll have to back out. Sass on it, but Cobalt with a great touch away.
Yep, now back into the midfield it goes for the Joy Boy. And honestly, right now, I gotta say, Bearlight, I don't want to use the word disappointed because I'm not. But I gotta say, it seems like there's so many opportunities on the field going right now, just falling by the wayside. And just again, we see Ottawa Blue double commit on what I think could have been a pretty formulated play at the midfield. Same thing with Oswego. They have opportunities to find the back of the net, but especially when you're going off the backboard with a lot of time, and then the third person back doesn't come up and doesn't get the touch. So I'm just seeing a lot of missed opportunities coming from both teams right now.
It's all about that hesitation, too. Both of these teams coming in 1 and 2, so they've met their match a couple of times already. And so when that happens, you tend to get a little bit more passive. When in reality, you have to be ready to jump up on the play, be ready for your teammates' passes, and jump up in anticipation. Be ready for the play. As a third man, there is a time to strike. You don't have to stay back all the time. Although, granted, most of the time you want to hang back in case, just that way you don't have that defensive onslaught the other way. But either way, it'll be a 1-0 Ottawa lead still. Joy Boy had some struggles trying to get back to that one as Oswego almost tied it because of it.
Yeah, and once again, we see yet another double commit coming from Ottawa Blue and nothing coming out of it. It's unfortunate because this could be goals that they could be scoring to extend their lead over Oswego and then just make this game that much easier. It seems like they're literally trying to make the game more difficult for themselves. And don't get me wrong, I like seeing a good challenge, but I like seeing it between two competing teams, not two people on the same team.
Exactly. A little bit of awkwardness as you see cars stopping from time to time, maybe trying to hold their position or something, but it looks kind of awkward in the process. We'll see if they can clean up a little bit of the gameplay. Nonetheless, as we are done air roasting and trying to see these teams really turn it around, it'll be Sass off his front foot to play forward. A mistake there as well as that one went back towards their own net. But luckily, they're able to get out unharmed, but my goodness, another mistake almost haunts him. Ottawa Blue somehow still holding on to this one, or are they? Another great opportunity there as Gruff will turn it. And another midfield read. Sass already up for this one, goes for the shot. A good save there from Johnamites. We're going to need a lot more of that in the offensive zone now as they transition forward. Gruff's there, a 50-50, and they'll tie it at 1 with just 31 seconds remaining with a tap in from Cobalt.
I gave you 3 guesses what went wrong on that play, but guess what? It only took 2. It was a double commit yet again coming out from the defense on that play. Ottawa Blue falling victim time and time again to the double commit, and Oswego doing what they should have did a long time ago and punish it. Trust me, they're not going to let opportunities like that slip through their fingers a lot. As soon as you double commit, you give them the open net, they will take advantage. Oh. But no double commit there. This was just a great read and a great play coming from Johnamites.
Yeah, Oswego coming alive. Johnamite able to read that one too. We talked about and referred to Fireburner in the last match here at Soka, and yet another time we see that read up front. Again, we said the hesitations were throwing these teams off as far as really reaching their full potential, that you need to anticipate the play and make the right decision to move forward, and that's what we saw there from Oswego and Johnamites. As he'll have possession here, looking to close it out, really just needs to kill time. He will give up possession here, and the bouncer, they have to keep it alive. They can't get around it. Oswego going to take game 1.
And not to mention, they literally stole that game away because the majority of the time, literally for that entire match, it was Ottawa Blue that had the lead 1-0, and they could not extend it. They had opportunity after opportunity, and they just let it fall by the wayside. The same thing with Oswego. They had plenty of opportunities to score and equalize, but they were able to come together. They reacted, they adapted, and they were able to take advantage of the mistakes coming out from Ottawa Blue and finally find the back in the net. So well done for Oswego to be able to really collect themselves and start capitalizing on the mistakes that were coming out from Ottawa Blue.
Definitely. I know this is not the top team for University of Ottawa, and that means that they have a established program, lots of depth in their rosters, which means these players are definitely capable of establishing themselves and getting themselves back into the gameplay and playing the way that they want to because they're well coached, because they have a director that's second to none. So I definitely don't count them out by any means in this match. They just have to take the right steps to get there. And I think Oswego definitely stepped into the play. And the more that they were able to get themselves involved on the offensive side of the ball, the better. And it looked like they weren't hesitating towards the end. If you, Ottawa, can do that same thing, I count them back into this one. At Soka, we might be in for another close match. We might be in for another Game 5 the way these two teams are playing.
We honestly could be. They have the potential to get there, but honestly, I need to see more communication coming out from Ottawa. It doesn't seem like they're communicating at all. So many double commits, I honestly couldn't count them all on one hand. And it's a feels bad, man, because you don't want to see that going on with the play. The last person you should be playing against on the field is your teammate. You have to talk it up. It doesn't matter if you're shy. It doesn't matter if, maybe you're not getting along with your teammate at the time. You have got to talk it up. You have got to speak so you can avoid these double commits. And honestly, when you don't do that, it just comes off as disrespectful to really just ignore the advice or even ignore the presence of your teammate and literally just bump them out of the way or get in their way. You have got to give each other space, and they have got to start working together as a team.
No doubt. That's how you take steps in the right direction. You have to communicate about it. It can't just be useless communication either, right? You have to be honest with your team as far as where you're going to be. If you have the better angle to call off your teammates too. So you want to be very, I don't want to say forceful with your comms, but make sure you say something with a purpose, right? And with meaning too. Communication is everything. So we'll see if they can get back to it here. As Oswego might have the 1-0 lead in the series. They'll make it 1-0 in this game as well, as Cobalt got one in the last one. We'll get another one in this one as his goal streak continues.
Not to mention, Jonomite also got involved in that play. And as we saw previously, Jonomite loves getting in the face of the opposition. They went up high and in the sky, was not afraid to take the 50-50 there and let that one fall right to their teammates already. We're seeing a good back and forth and what seems to be some good play, some good team plays coming from Oswego. And they are able to take the 1-goal lead early here in game number 2.
Sure have. As Ziulu trying to transition, and a great job to kind of fake them out. Cobalt couldn't get to it, rather. And Ziulu, the keyboard and mouse player, able to put this one in the back of the nets. And tied at 1, just beating Cobalt to the ability to react to that one and took advantage of it.
Yep. Communication also very important on defense, because on that play there, we saw the last remaining defender saw their teammate go up for the touch and probably assumed that they had it. But as soon as you know that you're not going to make it in time to get that touch, like poor Cobalt, you have got to communicate and say, hey, I don't have this one. You're going to have to go up and get it. But unfortunately, that wasn't the case, and Oswego are going to get scored on. And now the game once again is equalized 1-1.
Cobalt going to play it right out of the zone, trying to spend less time in the defensive side. A good pass. Oh, Jonomite missed, but the follow-up is just wide as well. Oswego had a couple opportunities to jump back to it, but just couldn't quite connect there. A couple of great opportunities. The shot's just a little bit off. Now Sass going to turn in and transition himself, but cut off in the meantime by Jonomites as he steps up his gameplay here in the middle. Cobalt, a good flick himself. Gruff trying to get a touch there, but a little bit off on that play as well. And Oswego a couple of times down the offensive side and not able to get a goal to show for it.
And don't get me wrong, they definitely had some shots that went by the wayside and what definitely could be considered a wasted opportunity. But at the same time, it's not all bad. They're still maintaining possession. They're still putting the pressure on the defense. And honestly, as long as they're constantly taking shots, it's better than having to save shots. So as long as they can keep possession and maintain that offensive pressure, they're going to do well, especially going into this series. Still tied at 1-1 as we're approaching halftime. But now it looks like Ottawa Blue is going to try and do a little bit of offensive damage themselves.
Definitely. And a fun fact here, Kroboski here in chat says Ziulu is a keyboard player, not a keyboard and mouse player, meaning that both of his hands on the keyboard at all times. I can't fathom doing that, but does that make the goal scoring a little bit more impressive? Maybe. Either way, it's a fun fact. As he did get the first goal, now an attempt from Oswego to go right back at it. But just fought off in the meantime. Giannomites trying to get across the shots there and in. It'll be Ziulu again, exclusively keyboard, and able to get 2 goals in this game to give his team a lead.
Is Ziulu one of the players that's like an engineering major? Is that what this person is?
So.
Yeah. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe it's the engineering
science,
degree. Yeah, it's got to be the engineering degree, because I got to tell you,
engineer, yeah.
Yeah, just thinking about having all my hands on the keyboard playing Rocket League honestly makes my brain hurt. So that's got to be some high IQ level plays coming out from Zayulu, but also Jonomite as well. This is yet again another time we see Jonomite going up high and into the sky to get these
Oh.
aerial plays done, and they do so tremendously. We are constantly seeing Jonomite on the board offensively for Oswego.
Yeah, that extra little touch over to the defense is not something we've seen so far this series. So he really amps it up. But it's been a couple times where he's had those opportunities in the air, and he's very good at it. But to see him establish that extra touch that got it past the defense, that's going up with the purpose and really sticking with it as we go. Able to get back to it. Now, Zulu was leaving it for Joy Boy, who looks like he was thrown off from a bump or something. He just wasn't able to get around it. Again, the bench there. Groff able to wait till it comes back down, find the right time to touch it, and put it in the back of the net, buried by Gruff.
Yep, Gruff coming in very clutch with that touch there. A nice little read too. Again, it wasn't something that was like insanely spectacular, but it was good fundamental Rocket League, being able to get the touch off of the drop and then send that one straight into the back of the net, and the shot placement couldn't have been better. You put it right behind the defender and you took advantage of a mishap in defensive positioning. Honestly, it was a goal that probably should have been saved, but way to take advantage of the opportunity that was given to you.
Exactly. Knowing the space and using the pinch and the patience even more so. It's very easy to really get ahead of yourself here. So he was able to really just calm himself down, let the play come to him, and not look antsy about it. I know these two teams have been a little bit more reserved, so maybe it comes a little bit more natural to these teams, but looked great in the process. As Colbo was going to leave it for a teammate. Zulu passed this one, though, and it'll still be Gruff to turn in his place, try and get past Joy Boy. He's able to do it, but on the back wall waits Zulu as he finds Joy Boy with a great passing play out of the zone. This one off the back wall from Jonomite. Here in midfield, Zulu, another shot that'll challenge Colbo up for it. The chip there, not a lot of velocity on it, and left on the back swing from Gruff. As he does get a touch out, but directly to the defense, and that one almost pinched its way in as well. Oswego just trying to kill time, but U Ottawa all over them. Another shot opportunity is going to go well wide again. U Ottawa Blue, we called their names for just a couple of missed opportunities, and it continues here late into this game number 2, and that one will bounce through as well. Oh, so a bit of a distraughtness from U Ottawa continues, and Oswego should be walking away with this game too.
I like how Grove just took the bounce shot and literally stopped and just watched it go in. They literally made no effort for a follow-up touch because they knew, oh, this one's going to go into the back of the net. So a lot of confidence coming from Gruff and the rest of Oswego, as I think it's safe to say that in this matchup here in game number 2, it is all but over except the crying, as Oswego is going to have the 2-goal lead with only 3 seconds remaining. And unfortunately for Ottawa Blue, they will once again fall to Oswego here in game number 2.
Sure enough, they will, as time will expire here, and looking to bounce back is U Ottawa Blue, who showed a little bit of life here in this one, but once they got to it and tried to keep it, it seemed like that was the issue, right? That they were trying to force it, that they were trying to force themselves to hold on to it and kind of play on your back heels a little bit, and maybe that goes back to the reserve play we've seen from both teams. But there needs to be a sense of urgency, even when you have the lead. There's a reason why you establish it, or at least, get close to the point where you can say that you have that lead. So you need to just play aggressively, play the way that you have been playing that got you the goals in the first place, and you got to clean up the play when you have those opportunities. Bury them. Just do it with the purpose, right? Just make sure that you're there and ready to go.
Absolutely, and that's what they were doing the entire time. Honestly, they did not stop over there on Oswego. They just kept the aggression going. They literally did not relax at all. Like, they, even after the clock had expired and it was down to the wire, they clearly had the victory. They're going to score one more for the road. And what's wrong with that? Might as well pad the stats while you got the opportunity. I say go ahead and go for it. If you're rolling, if you're on fire, if you're feeling yourself, keep that momentum going. And that's exactly what they did. Even after it was clear that they were rotating good, they had their positioning down packed, their shots were on point, they just did not let up until the game was over. Because if you start to get a little bit too comfortable and you start to hand out opportunities to the other team, believe me, 9 times out of 10, they will eat that up and they will take advantage every time.
Yeah, and I'll add to that too, because it's a little bit of a mental game too. We talked about how it's engineering on one side versus computer science / tech on the other side. So you know that there's just full blown IQ here in this one. That these players really know how to get around, and so it's a mental game at that point, right? You want to get in the heads of your opponent. If you can score even more when you're ahead, right, and really get into the heads of the defense and make you Ottawa Blue think might be insurmountable. Maybe we can't do this, right? Then you've won, right? At that point in time, you can really get back to it as long as you hit your marks and your fundamentals like we saw in the last one. Then you should be good to go. And I think that's what they've established here as we head into this game number 3.
Not only that, but right now, Ottawa Blue is looking down the barrel of a 3-0 sweep if they can't get things together now. But with that being said, I'm not counting Ottawa Blue out by any means. They have been able to score on Oswego. There's been a few times where Ottawa Blue was near victory against this team in at least more than one scenario. So it's really no big feat for them to come out swinging here in game number 3 and start to put some goals on the board.
Yeah, we'll see if they can get directly to it. A demo will free things up. A shot there from Sass, but Gruff able to get to it now in Ziulu. Try to leave it, and Gruff able to jump up, get a 50-50. And Johnamite, you see the instant communication from Oswego, and I would argue that's why they had the first 2 wins to begin with, as they call each other off and they know exactly when to strike. And here's the time for Gruff as he'll step up in pursuit. And it's off the corner as well. Johnamite up for it as well, but a good save there on the back end from Ottawa Blue.
Yeah, we're talking about how Oswego doesn't let up. I don't know if y'all saw, but there was a double demo on the field coming from Oswego, and it's just funny to me that they really do not let up. They show no mercy going into this game number 3. It seems like they really want to get this sweep 3-0.
Definitely, and that's how you have to approach it, right? Get after it. And they've established it so far, but still no scoring to show for it here. Just about 2 minutes in, Cobalt going to try and change that with a 50-50 that does work his way through. He strong-armed the defense, but it did leave it on the goal line, and good rotations back from Oswego. The reason why they hold on for now. And Cobalt, the giant clear outs. It'll be Johnamite in pursuit. Waits for Ziulu to make a move so that they play it across. It's Gruff on it, but challenged immediately from Joy Boy. He's going to way back, swing back a little bit, late for a teammate. That's not the best touch, though, as that's not the ceiling. The shot's there, a demo as well, but Johnamite going to take his time to rotate out. I think he was looking for boost when he could have been looking for the back of the net.
Yep, now it's going to be Cobalt again, and it just seems like the entire time that we've been talking so far, since now that we are officially at halftime, it almost seems like all of the possession has been for Oswego, but hold the phone, it will be Ottawa Blue and Joy Boy to answer back, as they will score the very first goal here in game number 3.
Oh, if you're Gruff, you have to really wipe that off the shoulders here. You don't want to give up a goal, especially in that nature, to this squad. Allow you, Ottawa, to get a lead, and any kind of momentum you don't want to give up when you're trying to close out, but he'll try to quickly forget that last play as he went up and wasn't able to connect on it, so he'll try and forget about that opportunity. Johnamite almost hit that from a crazy angle, but instead it'll fall in the hands of Ziulu, who's up and has an opportunity to get a couple of touches, but Cobalt did a great job in retreat. Make sure it didn't happen, but the touch going to go behind his teammates here and had to be cleaned up on the back end from Johnamite, and he'll try and settle there, but really just heading in the backwards direction.
And now, once again, we're seeing the offense come through for Oswego, and it is on target, and it will go in. Oswego is able to tie this one up 1-1 off of the pass play coming from Cobalt. No, I'm sorry, coming from Johnamite over to Cobalt there in the midfield. Just an excellent read coming out of the corner from Oswego.
It was Johnamite that made that play happen. It was headed towards the corner, and instead of just being a spectator to the play and wait for that ball, he jumped up, took the angle that allowed him to beat the defense with pure speed. And Oswego able to tie it up now. A minute 36 remains. Tied at 1. Johnamite left for Cobalt. Gonna play on the side wall. Shielded there for temporarily, as it did get past, but Sass will jump on it next. Away from the wall will beat Johnamite with it. It's across. Gruff able to get to it as well. Sass leaves it. Johnamite back across. It's off the back wall. Gruff up for it. A touch. The save is again touched back towards the net. And Gruff just continued to press through and almost did it himself. But he was able to be fought off there again from Ottawa Blue on their heels.
That would have been absolutely insane had that going in. A double touch and one was a read, but Zulu now will have the read here off of the pass play again, coming from Ottawa. As we see once again, it was somewhat similar to the play that we saw coming out from Oswego, but on the other foot, it was Jonamite coming out of the corner with a fantastic read, and this time it was Joy Boy. Ottawa Blue literally took a play from Oswego and then gave them a taste of their own medicine as they are able to go up now 2-1 with only 50 seconds remaining.
And that's the one thing we haven't seen from you, Ottawa, quite yet in the series is the quick clap back, the quick answer back. You love to see that if you're a U Ottawa fan. But gotta press in now, as we know that Oswego can transition and play super quick. Their answers have always been there, despite what U Ottawa has been able to put on the pitch. Now, 30 seconds remains for U Ottawa. It feels like, again, they're just trying to hold on to this one instead of maybe move forward and put some pressure on yourselves. We're down to 19 seconds left. Global will turn. Jonamite already up. Does get it off the back wall now, but everybody's committed here for Oswego. You Ottawa going to try a transition, but again, they're bumped off it by Jonamite. He's got an opportunity. The shot's there. Oh, it's off the post. Joe Boy as well with the defense. Up for it again is Cobalt. Going to be fought off in the meantime, and you Ottawa Blue hold on to this one and will take one in this series and hold off no sweep inbound for Oswego.
Absolutely not. We're headed into a game number 4, and oh my goodness, was I expecting that one to go into overtime, especially in those last few seconds there. It was Oswego constantly peppering the back of the net, but good on Ottawa to be able to hold the line and play the defense and stop that ball from getting into the back of the net and avoid OT, because honestly, I don't know. That offense coming out from Oswego was looking pretty dangerous. And honestly, had it gone into OT, there's no telling them what could have happened. But good on, again, coming from Ottawa to end that one then and there and secure a win on the board.
Exactly. You did enough to establish a lead there, and you held on to it this time around. I'd like to see, a little bit more sound play in rotations defensively in order to get it out of your zone, because you can't live and die by your own goal line defense, right? They had a couple of times where it looked like they might be dead to rights beat on a couple of opportunities there. They did manage to dive over, get a couple of big saves there that kept them alive. But I don't see them doing that for 2 straight series. Oswego is going to come back here and try and take this by storm. But a little bit of life here and a little bit of momentum for U Ottawa as we head into this next game, the game number 4.
And they really needed that victory because no team wants to go down in a 3-0 sweep. But they answer back, and they answer back in a major way. But still, though, we have not seen a lot of team plays coming out from their side. They really need to start incorporating the pass plays. They need to have a better presence at the midfield. And they really got to, and again, I hate to bring it up, but they have got to communicate more. Once again, coming from Ottawa Blue, we saw a little bit of a double commit at least 1 or 2 times in that last game. And honestly, it was just on Oswego for not taking advantage. And if they can really start to capitalize on that, I think Ottawa is going to be doing a lot better here as we move on into game number 4.
Definitely agree. We saw a couple of flashes of that team play, as we saw a couple of corner plays from both sides. But other than that, you're right. They've been trying to really handle business by themselves. And especially in the defensive end, it doesn't quite work like that. You need some help getting out of the zone when you get there. Although they were able to find it off in the last one, we do head into this game number 4. And a Joy Boy with a quick pass out there. That's using your teammates to get out of the zone. And a miss there in the corner. Cobalt wants to jump up on the play. Am I going to wait for this one too in the corner? Demoed off of it. Joy Boy needed to get that touch, and he does. Be over to Zulu. We will keep to the corner. Gets a bump himself. Jonamite did just enough to allow his team to get back into that play on the defensive side of the ball. They'll try to push out. Gruff, unfortunately, going to botch this one. It's right out in front. Oh, a mistouch will lead to this one, and Zulu will make you pay.
Yep, absolutely. And then once again, we saw a double commit come out from Oswego. That's something that doesn't happen a lot on that side of the field. But I got to say, when it does happen, it's definitely punishable. And Ottawa came in quick with that punishes once again here for the second time in a row. They will take the 1-goal lead early again against Oswego.
Yeah, and you're Oswego, and you're 1 game away from a sweep, and then suddenly, things didn't quite work out for you in the last one, and then now a couple of mistouches to begin the game. An opportunity again for Jonamite, followed up by Gruff as well shortly after. Gonna go well wide yet again. As it hangs here in the corner, Joy Boy waits patiently, will get the touch. Maybe try to get a pinch off instead. It just floats and hangs there for Dynamite. That's left for Cobalt as well. Dynamite trying to settle it down as he saw it was a little bit wide. Still up here in the offensive position, needing to rotate back here. Although he doesn't get around now, a shot on. Fought off in the meantime, but now another shot. The follow-up is there off the crossbar, and will stay out for now. Still there. Cobalt tries to turn, but it will be fought off, and they will get out for now. But right in the hands of Oswego, and they will try and bounce back. Cobalt the shot just wide again. The follow-up of 50. Joy Boy with another big save. Now it's there, and Sass with his patience able to buy them some more time. But man, here comes Ottawa.
Yep, you know what we call that where I'm from when we're seeing this type of play style come from Oswego? We call that butter in the biscuit. You're literally doing all the prep work, but there's no substance. Not being able to finish, not being able to find the back of the net. You're literally just hitting all sides of the net besides the one place that you have to. And now finally, as an opportunity comes again, it still doesn't find the back of the net, and Oswego are just struggling to finish.
That's all it is, right? Ottawa just holding on, lifeline just, at zero basically, but still able to hold off nonetheless because the targeting shots just not quite there. Ottawa will get out alive somehow. Dynamite's not done though, says Oswego is going to get more opportunities to pass across and found Cobalt. But so did the defense as they're able to find it off for now. Grubb back up for it, gets a fake, two to commit, and that's a loose play as well, but Cobalt not quite able to get around and find the angle. Will push now forward. It's off the angle, but another touch away from Ottawa Blue as they continue to just hold on from their own goal line. I said maybe it won't be able to last if you keep doing that, but they keep getting away with it too.
And honestly, they're getting away with it because it's Oswego not just being able to find the back of the net. There's been so many opportunities, but every time they take a shot, they're either hitting the sidebar, the crossbar, or the other sidebar. So they really need to calm themselves down, not rush their shots, take their time, and make sure that when they do take a shot, they're putting it on target. Because even if the defense comes up with the save and they clear it away, you still have a teammate there that can read that and try and sweep and try and clean it up.
No doubt. Gruff will try to go back to work as it sits into the box. But a good job to clear directly back out from Joy Boy. And trying to settle its Dynamite, but he had an issue with that one too to handle it. And Sass will wait for it to come back down. Team really looking to jump out for bumps and demos. Earlier, we talked about how that physicality can really break through whenever you need something to find its way in. Oswego having trouble with it, but now Cobalt able to break through finally. Gotta be such a big relief for Oswego, as it wasn't really the most threatening opportunity, but it's the one that goes, of course.
Oh, don't get me wrong. It still looked pretty nasty to me on the field. We saw Dynamite get that 50-50 win out there in the corner. And remember, Dynamite, we were talking about, had the characteristics of Fireburner, the 50-50 God, the 90-10, and they showed it off there in the corner, getting that 50-50 pass up and high, being able to catch the waterfall, and then put it right smack dab in the middle for Cobalt to come through and finish. So what a fantastic play to show out in the last remaining seconds to tie us up 1-1.
Down to 8 seconds left. Ottawa is going to try and transition out, but it's beat there by Oswego, and with 1 second left, it'll be Dynamites as they look to close it. Oh, and what a play as they work it back into the zone and use Ottawa's momentum against them. It's a top shelf snipe in 1 second on the clock.
I'm going to call 100% calculated on that play because we saw Cobalt go up and then back off. They backflipped out of the play to let Dynamite come in and get it. That caused some confusion on the defensive side of things, thinking that Cobalt was going to get the touch, but instead it was a tactical whiff. I'm calling it right now. That whiff was tactical, and Oswego will take the dub 3-1 with literally 1 second remaining on the clock in game number 4.
And Ottawa was knocking on the doorstep just there with 1 second, or the 0 second chance off the kickoff, kept it in the air, and almost had that last opportunity to put one where they needed to, right in the back of the net with a shot chance there, but not able to quite pull that off. Oswego, they fell apart a little bit in the last couple of games, but they kind of rallied the troops in a way, and it goes back to our conversation about communication. In the way that they were able to keep that together and really be able to keep you Ottawa on their heels, really, because they had to get out of opportunity after opportunity after opportunity on their back end and then transition it. Oswego definitely went to the trenches and dug their way out of this one.
They absolutely did. And the problem with Oswego in that last game is that they constantly had opportunity after opportunity after opportunity. You see that wide open net, and look, every Rocket League player is guilty of this. You see the open net opportunity, then your eyes get real big. You're like, oh my goodness, here we go. And then you rush it. You rush to try and get the shot on. You rush to hit the ball. And then eventually your shot goes way off because you're trying so quickly to get to it. And honestly, I think Oswego was able to recognize it. And then as we got into the last remaining few minutes, or maybe even the few seconds, they slowed themselves down. And even though the shots were a little bit slower, they were more accurate and they were able to find the back of the net. So again, they were able to react and adapt and put shots on. And I think that's what's got them the dub there in game number 4.
Yeah, and that's what really did it for him. There's no doubt about it. We have more games here on NECC Network, so don't go anywhere. After the break, it'll be Samford University facing off with King's College Gold. You don't want to miss it. Welcome back. We missed you. It's Captain Atsoka with me, Bearlight. As we move into the next one, it is Samford University facing off with King's College Gold. Yet to be another close one. We've seen a game go to 5. We've seen a game go to 4. Captain Atsoka, do we see this one go to 3? Or do we go back to 4, 5? What are you thinking?
I don't know. Being that I have been dubbed officially Captain Caster's Curse, I try not to make too many predictions anymore in the Rocket League community. I just, I'm going to let it unfold on the field, and I'll let the players decide on how far this one's going to go.
Oh, well, let's check out the players right now. Perfect with that transition here as we see Samford University first as Humble Potato Hunthins. I'll double check on that one. We have Osin Bear too. 2 bears in this lobby right now. The freshman with communications there, and they're ready and lined up. I'll let you take the other one.
Absolutely. Let's bring in the next lineup here as we're going to be looking at tonight's lineup, and it's going to be Juicy 25, just a pass, and shot by a penguin. Now, if I'm shot by anything, the least thing I expect it to be is a penguin, but we got ourselves some young players here on the opposition as we see 2 freshmen and a sophomore, 2 of them being computer information and the last being criminal justice. So we got ourselves some interesting lineups going into this next one.
You didn't even mention that shot by a penguin is a criminal justice major. That's really appropriate. Hopefully, we'll see. If you're King's College Gold, or at least a fan of King's College Gold, you're hoping there's going to be plenty of shots by a penguin tonight, as obviously offense has been in the name of the game, and then the story here today, going to look for him for maybe a couple more of those opportunities here. And younger team does not always mean inexperience when we talk about Rocket League, and the median age of just about 16 to 17 is really the prime age for Rocket League players and how they're really putting it together. Rocket League is one of the younger esports here in the circuit at NECC.
Yeah, and honestly, when we talk about like how good these players can be, more often than not, it's like really, really young players. Even way back when Scrub Killer was being talked about as one of the 1v1 gods at the time, they were only 14 years old, running the racket on some of the best players in the world. So a lot of this young talent coming out definitely has the experience because more often than not, they've been playing for years up to this point.
Exactly. You talk about Daniel, of course, with Space Station now. Same deal. Had to wait till he was 15 to get into the pro circuit, but he was playing with some of the top dogs for a while and really got to choose where he wanted to go. That's all about that age. A quick strike, though, will shut me up real quick as it's Juicy here for King's College to begin things.
Not to mention, again, already, we're seeing some great pass plays. Now, don't get me wrong, it was a shot on target, and it was saved. But what is it that they say, Bearlight? Sometimes the best pass plays come off of saved shots, and there's nothing wrong with that. And just like that, it is a 1-goal lead in favor of KCG.
A quick start. You got to love it. As it'll be just a pass to try and establish more. Try to get more. Try to get that offense really cruising. As a 50 will be handled nicely by Juicy, though, as he's able to work back into at least midfield. A shot by a penguin. We'll play it back to his own end. A challenge there, inevitable. Bear misses this one, but they're not able to get it back across. That one's going to find its way all the way back and in. One of the more odd sequences I think I've seen in the game, but Samford will take it nonetheless. It's even at 1.
Yeah, I had to unplug my brain and plug it back in because I'm like, wait a minute, isn't just a pass playing for the orange team? Why did they not score that one, and why did they pass it back to Samford? I was very confused there for a second, but still, I think it says in Rocket League Proverbs, verse 32, line 50, we take those.
We take those indeed. Amen. As Bear will take that one too. So he was practicing it as well, as you can tell off the kickoff, able to beat just a pass. And then just a miss on the backside of things. We'll free it up again. A 2-1 lead here for Samford. As King's College started off pretty strong, and then ever since then, looking not so much as they've kind of let it go.
Yeah, now it's going to be Hunt Thines, or whenever we figure out what this person's name is. I'm going to be calling him Hunt Hines from here on out until I'm corrected. But Ocean Bear now coming up with a miss there as KCG looks to find the back of the net again, but will find the crossbar instead with plenty of time to clear this one out. Now shot by a penguin. is going to be taking a turn here, going up towards the mid, not being able to find a teammate there. It's Juicy coming out from the corner, putting this one down and towards the mid. Here comes the touch on target, and it will go in. And that seems to be more than just a pass. That was a goal.
No doubt, Juicy with the juicy pass if we're doing the punt game here, and able to just find just a pass to bury it. So King's College, a couple of times they look completely off, and there's a few times where it looks like their team play is second to none here at this division in the Emergence, as they have really trying to piece it together, trying to get another one there too. It could not quite get around it, as now they push forward. Just a pass, was able to fight that one off temporarily. Left into the hands of Juicy. He'll play it off the back wall. They try to get up for it. It's a waterfall. Nobody really in pursuit, though. Now it's up, and a shot and a good save there as Potato able to fight it off for now.
Yep, there here comes Humble Potato again, taking some control, but it's met in the midfield. Ocean Bear with a missed touch. Going out towards the side now, it is Hunt, but the return volley and the shot going off of the crossbar, nearly pixels away from finding the back of the net for KCG, but somehow, some way, Sanford will hold on, and they will put this one back into King's territory.
And waiting for a teammate to step up was Bear, as now Humble back up for it. Gets a foot reset in the process. Wow. Haven't seen that level of mechanics here in this match quite yet. Trying to show off a little bit. I love it. As Hunt Hines is the pronunciation, by the way, as our team behind the scenes let us know. Humble across, a bounce off the corner. It was in a dangerous area there for KCG, a.k.a. King's College, but couldn't quite get around it now. A quick turn from shot by Penguin. He'll use the back wall, which is a common theme in this one, but Humble able to fight that one off, and now in transition, not able to connect. It hangs here at midfield, and a deadlock after plenty of goals go in. It settles down big time until now. Oh no, shot by a Penguin off the post. He had a breakaway in a wide open net, just couldn't quite convert.
Yep, shot by Penguin, unfortunately had the hair trigger there, pulling the trigger just a tad bit too early, not being able to finish and catching that one off of the corner. But now still tied at 2. I gotta say, this might be one of the higher scoring games that we've seen here tonight. 4 goals on the board and still 1:30 remaining on the clock, and shot by a Penguin, already committing some murder there on the field, getting a demolition on the opposition as Humble Potato is gonna go up high towards the side, but is met by opposition yet again. And now Hunt putting the shot on target, but the defense from KCG will hold strong.
And now in transition as well, Juicy tried to find that angle, and Humble cut him off before it could happen. Now back on this side wall where a touch is made from just a pass. That's all he could really do, though, as Juicy uses his side wall to play to himself, but he misses in the process, and will force shot by Penguin, one of his teammates, up to the corner. That's a good touch off the back wall as well, but just a pass, just a bit off. And a Hunt finds back down the field in transition, will get a touch, tries to get the 50 here and force the issue here on shot. But not much he could do either. Now Humble Potato fights it off for now, just a pass, back into the zone. Hunt's gonna accidentally leave it right inside of his box. Oh, a miscue. And that'll leave it for King's College. A strong start and fell apart for a while, but King's College back on top.
Yep, unfortunately for the defense on that play coming from Sanford, instead of getting a save, it was just a pass that fell down to just a pass to find the back of the net. And with only 30 seconds remaining, they find themselves looking at a 1-goal deficit.
Sure enough, and this game number 1, which can be pivotal and really set the tone for the rest of the match. And Sanford had him for a bit. Goal scoring did come at a premium there for a while in the middle 3 minutes, and now it's King's College feeling good about their chances now with 10 seconds left in an open net too, and that one's going to find its way there as well. Sanford, although they were able to fight back in this one, King's College won the first minute and then the last 2 as they go up and will inevitably take this game 1.
Honestly, that just shows how far the interceptions go. That was an interception made on their side of the field for King's College, and they were able to take an interception off the pass play and run it all the way back right up the middle to find the back of the net of Sanford. And now with that being said, the clock has officially expired, and it will be KCG to take game number 1.
Yeah, King's College Gold looking pretty strong there to close things out. A couple of goals there from Just a Pass. And everybody getting on the scoreboard there, though, at Soka. Love to see that. Everybody's scoring, when everybody's involved in getting those touches and really being a part of the play, that's how you know communication's on point. That's how you know everybody showed up to play. And at this level, that can mean everything.
Absolutely. And what is even more notable, at least to me, is that we saw KCG really down and looking down at a deficit for a good portion of that match, and they really flipped the script there towards the last remaining seconds. But when you look at the board, you would never guess that was the case. They had 11 shots on target. They were taking the majority of the shots, and then of course, for Sanford, they had to come up with the majority of the saves, but still, they were able to hold on to the lead, and it was really stolen away from them in the last few seconds, or at least the last minute, coming from KCG, as they were able to capitalize and really put the shots on and find the defense lacking.
Yeah, exactly right. There's a couple of wide open opportunities for King's College that they actually, missed. You kind of rewind in your mind what went wrong with those opportunities, and you knew it was a matter of time that if the defense kept breaking down in that same way for Sanford, that maybe they did fall apart. Because, like you said, lots of saves, and they were relying on their defense, which was pretty sharp. But there was still those matter of 2 or 3 times where they left the net wide open, and eventually it came to haunt them. So they'll look to patch that up, and if they can, then I like Sanford's chances. If they can't, forget about it. This one's over in 3.
Yeah, and the thing that KCG was really, really good at there in game number 1 is that their presence at the midfield was top-notch. Every single time we saw Sanford come into the midfield looking to get a pass play, it was intercepted by KCG. We even saw it there in their last goal that came off of an intercepted pass at the midfield, and there was no defenders back home to guard the net, and they literally just hit a ground ball to walk that one right on in like they were walking their dog at the park. Nearly made it look a little bit too easy. So if I'm on the side of Sanford, I'm going to be stepping up my game in the midfield.
Definitely. If you're going to, take the risk, you got to finish, right? And that's the moral of the story here. Otherwise, leave one back and make sure that you have those rotations, knowing who's going to fall back in case an emergency happens, right? And make sure your rotations are a little bit tighter, maybe a little bit wider in the way back as well. Otherwise, you might run into some issues. You can play the aggressive offensive style all day long, but you have to score. You have to trap the zone if you're going to do it in the process. Otherwise, you'll leave those nets wide open. For Sanford, if they're able to connect on a few, I like their chances. We'll have to see here as we transition into game number 2. If you're just joining us, there's a 1-0 lead here for King's College as they got off to that great start in a 4-2 win.
Yep, now Sanford applying a little bit of early pressure, but once again, they leave their net home alone. Might as well be calling the Sanford net Macaulay Culkin, because that goal is literally all by itself with no one there to guard it. Unfortunate, feels bad, man, and luckily for Sanford, they did not get punished for it.
Oh, exactly right. And the last thing you want to do is get timid and just stay all the way back and, not put pressure on the net. You got to find the balance in between, right? Adjustments needed, but in the meantime, just count your blessings here that you weren't scored on in the process and work from here. Kings and Just a Pass will look to turn on this one. Play back in, looking for the bump now, and gets it! And the bouncer is there, and they find through! Wow! He's stuck with that bump play and somehow found that one through.
I like how someone with the name Just a Pass is scoring all the goals. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, I mean, my favorite type of medal in Rocket League is the playmaker medal. I love pass plays. I'd rather see a high intensity pass play than a solo mechanic any day of the week. But this guy Just a Pass, constantly putting shots on target, constantly finding the back of the net. Honestly, just well done all around, putting points on the board and really building a whole lot of momentum and morale for the Kings.
And then shot by a penguin. Hasn't really been taking that many shots. He's been more of the reliable third. It's actually just a randomized name generator right now, it seems like. Juicy with the juicy passes, so I guess that one checks out, if nothing else.
Yeah, and what's really funny, Bear Light, is that, we're talking about the caster's pun game. Like, we're on top of our puns today. And honestly, if it comes down to mechanics, puns for casters is pretty much just a musty flick.
Exactly. Love to see it. Don't love to see that, though, as Hunt had to retreat back for it. A couple of misses and still can't handle it. It's right there in the slot. And Juicy, although he got a shot off, it will be fought off by Humble Potato, as he'll move it back into the zone and try and force the issue on shot by a penguin who does jump on it next. Just a Pass Back out of the zone. Juicy is there for it. Nobody else is, as Sanford leaves the goal open again. And King's College going to take advantage of it this time and go up 2-0.
You know, it's really interesting when you see a net that is wide open. It's even more interesting to see that shot by a Penguin didn't even have to put that one in and secure the net. It literally just had enough time to roll in on its own from the initial touch from just a pass. And honestly, it really shows a lack of communication and a lack of positioning coming from the Sanford defense because, again, we're just seeing too many open nets on their side of the pitch.
No doubt. And not enough offense to really justify the means, right? As a miss there as well on this backside. Potato. And try to play damage control here again. That's a great job to push it out. And now Hunt has a shot opportunity. What a save! Juicy able to get back to it. Somehow using his backward momentum in a backflip, but it's only temporary. As Hunt Hines able to get to it. It's a 2-1 game. They cut the lead in half.
Absolutely, and finally we see a pulse, we see a sign of life, as it will be find things in life to get that pass from out the side in order to find Hunt Hines in the middle, and they will cut the lead for the Kings right in half. It's now 2-1.
Fine things. She finally gets involved here in the play, as she does find a way to get across, but now an opportunity again, shot by a Penguin, get a bury it, a quick answer from King's College, making sure that they don't get any momentum back, and it's a quick strike, set up again by Juicy, and his passes have been dynamic.
Honestly, all the passes coming from the Kings so far have just been, you know, pretty textbook. I mean, but that's how you win the games. It's a pass plays that win the games. And honestly, it's a greedy team more often than not that opt out for those solo 1v1 mechanics that usually falls short. So the Kings, they have no problem being generous with the ball. They like passing to each other and they like sharing the sugar. And that leads to winning games as they have once again, the 2-goal cushion over Sanford here in game number 2.
And Sanford needs to really change the tide here, change what they've been after, which is really just aggressive offense with no real thought of the backside of things. And it's harmed 3 times in this one and a few times in the last one, and try to get back to it. Not able to get that save though. Just a pass, just another goal. 4-1 rather in this one as they just go back to work directly after that one goal that Sanford was able to kind of squeak by.
It's just outstanding offense coming from the Kings. When they have an open net, they're going to put it on target. Even when they have 2 goalies in the net, the shot placement and the shot selection coming from just by a pass was able to thread the needle between the crossbar and both defenders in the net. So I'm starting to think that maybe it's not the defense lacking so much as it's just the Kings putting on an unrelentless show on offense.
Certainly, yeah, for sure. Their teamwork has been really, really good. Better than Sanford has so far. This Humble Potato will try and calm things. Running out of boost in the process, though, and tries to get a flip over to a teammate, but instead, it's read all the way by just a pass. Will put it back into their face. Shot by Penguin. Passed fine things as well. Now shot across, and another goal here, and a passing opportunity as Juicy buries this one. And King's College has this team exactly where they want them.
They really do. And honestly, now everybody's getting involved. Again, I was talking about this earlier. They like passing the ball around. They like sharing the sugar. And I'm all here for it. This is my favorite type of plays to see, of the passing plays. And it's the pass plays that win the games. And now they're just clicking on all cylinders. It almost seems like they need little to no communication. And they're just at the right place at the right time, right when their teammate needs them the most.
We thank all of you for coming over from the NTC Esports stream as well. We appreciate the raid, as the support is unreal. Thank you all so much. Another goal here from Juicy, as if there wasn't enough. This time with the pre-flip, able to get it off the front side of his car and in. 6-1, now the count with 30 seconds left. And Sanford, there's just so many things that have to be flowing through your head. So where do you start? Where do you start in communication-wise here, Captain, to really turn it around?
My first thought right now, if I'm on the side of Sanford, is to end this game without going to Brazil. They're literally they're one goal away from hitting the 7-1 scoreline, and you just don't want that going in when you are looking down at the barrel of a possible sweep going into game number 3. So they have got to start something now. Get on the board, get a consolation goal, do whatever you can in these last remaining seconds to try and build some form of morale or momentum going into game number 3, because right now, the way the Kings are playing, it could very well end in a 3-0 sweep.
Exactly right. The way they jumped out in another hat trick from just a pass, by the way. But it's been just like that. I think a goal late in that one would have helped, but also a quick start to just add to your points. It doesn't matter when the next goal is. Just make sure you're the team that gets it. Second that, and to really jump into another point off that, you have to get that first goal, but don't let them answer. Right, you have to make sure that when you score, you're able to at least have some buffer time to reestablish your rotations that have been a little bit off in this series, and then just ride that same kind of concept throughout the rest of the game, one game at a time. As cliche as it is, it's what you got to do.
Well, that's how things become cliches, because a lot of people have the same opinion. A lot of people have the same thought. They come together and say, hey, we've all said this enough, must be true. And that's where cliches come from. So you still make a fantastic point nonetheless, and you're absolutely right. And I couldn't agree with you more. And with that being said, getting ready to head into the next match, we really need to see some adaptation coming out from, I'm sorry, again, brain fart here, coming out from the opposition there, as the Kings once again are just putting in an absolute showcase on the offensive side of things. And honestly, they deserve it. They've been playing absolutely lights out on offense. They're getting their pass plays in. We've even seen a couple of highlight reel worthy 1v1 mechanics as well. So how do you really come up against a team that's performing so well? Because I said it before and I'll say it again, Rocket League is probably the most momentum heavy esport in all of AAA esport titles when it comes to the momentum coming from one game to the next, one series to the next. If you are just feeling yourself, if you are in the zone, if you have the momentum all in your favor, it is really hard to stop you.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Sanford, a good first step here for me at Soka is to keep the play in front of you, first of all, when you're on the defensive side of the ball. And that's all goes back to rotations. Make sure that you're remembering the fundamentals, right? Backline rotations, making sure that you get to the back post in the meantime. Definitely where you want to start. And in the transitional plays, make sure one goes up the challenge, right? You see fine things up for the challenge there. That's a good place to start. Maybe just a little bit quicker on those challenges and you'll be good to go. But nonetheless, it'll be a game number 3 now. Kings looking to close out in 3. So I asked, it was game 5 in the first one. It was game 4 that ended the second one, perhaps a 3-0 sweep, if Kings can continue to, find their teammates on the opposite side of the ball.
Well, let's see how they do. Is still plenty of time. The series isn't over. Sanford can definitely make a comeback if they really collect themselves and start working together as a team. So even though that you're down 2-0 in the series, it is not over yet. Sanford still very much in this game if they decide to really show up and perform right here in game number 3, as Humble Potato is going to take this one out and towards the side, and now getting bumped by their own teammate. Unfortunate feels bad, man, but as Shot Penguin puts this one off the backboard and finds Penguin yet again just a pass. Is going to keep this one into the corner, but now here comes the flick on target, and it will go in. Shot by a Penguin, putting this one right in off the sidebar. What a shot.
Man, oh man, what a snipe there, as you see, top left. That's what you want if you're Kings. Don't give Sanford any kind of life. In fact, take it away from a bullet and a snipe there, top shelf. Well done, well drawn out as well. Kings will take the 1-0 lead here again. We said Sanford needs to strike first. They did not. But now a chance to get it back. And sure enough, Ocean Bear showing up. And it took a while. Haven't called their name in a while. But he's able to break through here and tie it at 1.
Yep, Ocean Bear coming. Might be somebody that Bearlight knows. Who knows? Possibly maybe from the same herd, same clan, whatever it is. Regardless, Ocean Bear finding themselves on the board. Finally, for Sanford, and we are able to tie this game up 1-1. Like I said, it's not over yet. Sanford can still come back in this series and do a little bit of damage, but if they're going to do it, they have got to do it now, because they are all out of chances. If the Kings take it here, that's going to be the game, and that will be the series. As once again, we find the Kings on offense, but the 50-50 coming out from Sanford looks oh so good, as finally they're able to break out of their own half.
Yeah, it's all about, being ready for the next play in anticipation, keeping the play in front of us. That's what we said they needed to do, and that's what they've been able to do. But careful here, as the demo freed up some space there for Kings, but they weren't able to collect and get to it. Now they give away possession there, and in fact, a couple bumps on the backside from Kings. almost allowed the ball to sit out in front for a free opportunity for Sanford. Luckily for them, they're able to settle things. And shot by a Penguin will be the next in touch, cut off by Potato. He'll look over for Fine Things as she goes just over that one, and shot by a Penguin. The shot is there, and an angle that just fools the defense. Kings University back on top.
Well, you know what they say, if it's not broke, don't fix it. And shot by a Penguin, literally going to the same spot in the same corner on that side of the field, and just getting the sniper shot into the post and putting it into the back of the net. Now 2-1 in favor of Sanford off of the same play that got Kings their very first goal here in game number 3.
No doubt, Sanford now realizing that fell off for a bit. Shot by Penguin. Trying to get it back up. Another shot there, going to be a little bit wide. Shot by Penguin back up top. Maybe a couple of touches. That's a bouncer from Just a Pass. But it's bouncing its way a little bit wide. And Fine Things not able to connect there. Neither is Ocean Bear, so that'll leave numbers the other way for sure. It's a 3-on-1. Off the corner here. Shot by a Penguin. Will get it on target. But Fine Things is able to make a great save there. Now a compromising position there for Kings University. And yet they somehow find a way to make it offense. Wow, they turned that sketchy opportunity, and it was just a pass that set up Juicy. Wow, they should have been dead to rights, but that one little touch opened up everything for Kings University. That was impressive.
Yeah, honestly, I was going to make the pun that goal came from just a pass, and that's exactly what it was. A nice touch on the nose in their own territory. Need I mind you, they were on the defensive side of things leading up to that play, and just that one touch was able to put the defense into offense, and they took a long sniper shot, just going to show that not only Penguin can take sniper shots, you know, they got other players on the field that are more than willing to take that shot if they have the opportunity, and on that time around, it was Juicy once again giving their team that 2-goal cushion against Sanford.
You can tell their confidence too. Kings is going up for flicks. Look at again, shot came that close from getting the flick up and over the defense too. And you see it in their mechanics, and you see it in the way that they're able to relax whenever they go up for opportunities. Look at shot. Play back down the field, another good pass, and continue to connect on these open opportunities, and really just stretching Sanford from left to right, getting all the boost out of their tanks and forcing them to play a game where they have to second guess themselves constantly. And of course, that's going to favor you as the offense. Fine Things did a great job to get that save as she jumped out quickly to make that opportunity happen. She's back down the field with a great pass. Potato worked it past him, but only temporarily, and just a pass back out the shot by a Penguin. Another shot out. This one will go back into the zone, and Sanford now with just 30 seconds to try to close out this, or try to close in on this 2-goal deficit. And Juicy going to make sure it's out of reach. It's now 4-1 Kings University, and that should just about do it.
Yep, quickly going from a 2-goal deficit to a 3-goal deficit, but once again, this is something that we've seen time and time and time again coming from Kings College, and that's being able to get not past 1, but 2 defenders all in the same swooping motion. Well done again by Juicy, being able to line up that shot and find it right there on the inside of the sidebar rather, and again, just really dominating their victory here and just putting the final nail in the coffin as we approach the final 10 seconds. As the ball will find its way back into Kings territory. And now a demo on the play from Ocean Bear. Might as well. Why not? As now the final shot will go on and in. But with 0 seconds on the clock, it will be a Kings victory. Not just here in game number 3, but in the series. They will take it 3-0 against Sanford.
Yeah, an impressive showing from Kings University as they clearly wanted this game. They wanted this match. They started out with the purpose, and their passing was on point. They knew how to work the team, really get to that teamwork early and often. And really, when you have and are given that many opportunities from Sanford, and then you're able to create your own chances on top of that, well, that'll stack up on you if you're Sanford there. So just got the wrong side of it today. Both of those teams came in at 2-1, and although only one will leave 3-1, aka Kings, Sanford's still sitting there at 2-2, and they'll have plenty of tape to go through and figure out what really went wrong in that series and how they can improve for next time.
Yeah, I would honestly say just really go into practice, upload the training packs, do what you got to do. Definitely start running some rank together a lot more. It just seemed to me that Sanford didn't have a lot of experience playing with each other. They just did not seem like they were using a lot of team plays. they weren't communicating well. So honestly, I would say go into ranked, go into casual, whatever it is you got to do, go stress test yourself and really push past your limits, because you were able to score on this King's College team. There were plenty of times where it felt like the game was going your way. So I definitely think they had the potential to come back and really do a lot of damage against the next team that they go up against.
Yeah, and I love the fact that they were able to really get in some practice for a lot of their roster, as well as we saw, Hunt hop out and find things hop in his play. So she was able to kind of step up to the table and see how she can fit into the picture too. It seems like they felt that they were a little bit outclassed, and so get some reps in with some of your subs. There's a reason why your rosters are so deep, right? You can kind of go to whoever you need to and really build that chemistry, like you said. So awesome point there, Atsoka. There's no doubt about it. We have another match coming up as well, where me and Atsoka will be in the booth. So it's going to be Marywood University Pacers facing off with Lebanon Valley Whites, a team I got to see, a team that's super impactful, should be a good one. We'll be back after this break. Welcome everybody back to the NECC network. My name is Bearlight, and in the booth with me today is Captain Adsoka. It has been quite the night so far. Captain, your thoughts as we move into the next one?
Honestly, I really don't know what to think. We've literally seen all the ups and downs so far in the NECC. Like, honestly, the first game that we saw went to a game 5, the second game went to a game 4, and then the game right after that went to a game 3. Honestly, if you keep the trend alive, it would go to a game 2, but we don't do that here. We're going all the way into a best of 5, so I really don't know what to expect going into the next matchup.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's a toss-up at this point. You never know, but it's got to fall in one of those 3 categories, so I guess it'll fall into one of those. Let's take a look at the lineups right now and see who's up against who for this next matchup. We start off with Marywood University Pacers here as Jake Nader, Jay Marsh, and K Yellow lineup. I'm familiar with Jake Nader as I've seen him in the past, and Jay Marsh as well together. So we'll see how K Yellow fits into this one as the freshman going up with the junior and seniors respectively here tonight for Marywood.
Yeah, and honestly, we're seeing a lot of big brains on the field. We got some microbiology, some architecture, but again, also, like you said, we're kind of, spreading the field here as far as, seniority. We got a senior, junior, and a freshman. So we got a lot of talent on the field, some experience, and also some quick reaction time coming from the freshman there in Kai Yellow. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. But still, regardless, it's looking like quite the lineup over here for Marywood.
No doubt, and a team that I'm familiar with will line up across the pitch from Marywood. It is Lebanon Valley Whites coming into this tilt. Both of these teams at 1 and 2. Blarnf and Will Smith and Blase. Yes, Will Smith will be on the field. Added MIB, by the way, to their name too, as if you didn't know what Will Smith started in the 90s. A freshman there, so kind of a shout out to the older crowd there from the freshmen. But overall, very young team, but very impactful when I saw them in their 3-1 win over Lambden Lions. Unfortunately for them, they've been 1 and 2 overall. So a couple of losses there to kind of round it out.
Yeah, fun fact, actually, now that you mentioned it, Will Smith MIB, just to show my age a little bit, I was Jay for Halloween the year that movie came out. So, yeah, nice. Definitely going to be looking at Will Smith MIB on the field. But no, in all seriousness, all jokes aside, again, it looks like we have a pretty young star-studded lineup here with a sophomore and 2 freshmen. So that's going to be quite a few young faces on the field as we get ready to head into this matchup.
Yeah, like you mentioned, we don't know what to anticipate at this one. It's typically the caster way to go, oh, this is going to be a great matchup. We don't know. It's been super unpredictable, so we'll won't know until we hit it, though. as we look to kind of adjust here. We apologize in advance for a little bit of the technical difficulties. We'll try to fight through these in the meantime, but it will be, again, Marywood University Pacers facing off with Lebanon Valley White.
Well, with that being said, if we do have a little bit of extra minutes, I mean, do we want to make predictions? Is that a thing here at the NECC? I mean, I don't really know. Do we want to make the predictions here? I'm up to you, Bear. Like, should we head off this into making predictions? Because I got to say, my predictions more often than not are not very good.
I mean, I'm willing to take a shot here on this one as. Both teams coming in at 1 and 2, like you mentioned. I like the way that Lebanon Valley White played when they did get that one victory, but these teams on paper are so even. But I've seen Jake Nader, I've seen J Marsh as well, and what they've been able to accomplish together. So I believe that those two are definitely the difference makers here. So as good as Lebanon Valley White were in that one, I see a 3-2 win in this one for Marywood University Pacers.
Well, as we get game number 1 all the way, let's get 5 minutes on the clock. But again, not sure what's going on here. It seems to be that we have a little bit more technical difficulty here. But you know what I say? If you're going into a Rocket League or tournament, it should have at least 1 or 2 technical difficulties. If not, then it's not going to be good.
Yeah, exactly right. Well, we're going to go ahead and bring it back to us here momentarily as the teams are trying to piece it together. I believe maybe the lobby crashed. We'll have to get you the details here momentarily. So I said Marywood University Pacers with a 3-2 win. Lebanon Valley Whites, do you think they have a chance in this one? Is that your prediction, or are you going with me and Marywood?
No, just because, I'm bald, automatically I have to be the villain of this one. So I'm going against you. Actually, I'm going to say the LVC is going to be taking this game. One, because they have a lot of young talent on the field. We got 2 freshmen and a sophomore. There's going to be some younger players with a lot more energy because, us old people, we don't have as much energy as we used to back in the day, back in the gap. So I'm going to give it to the young team going in. I'm going to say LVC.
All right, awesome. You have a number on that, or are you just gonna go? Who knows at this point?
Oh,
right?
You want me to predict the whole series? Okay. I mean, if I'm gonna give it a series scoreline, I'm gonna say we're going all the way Game 5 overtime.
Of course, we're going Game 5. Why wouldn't we here? It's been that exciting here tonight. We might as well keep up that pace too. Just as a reflection of where we've been while the two teams are trying to get back on the connection, right, into the pitch here for this one. Hood College and Ole Miss Red. Although Ole Miss started off a little bit weaker, they were able to pull that one off with the win over Hood College. Then Oswego, again, had to hold off Ottawa as they won in that series as well, like you mentioned, in 4 games for that one. And then we moved on to match 3. It was Samford University falling short of King's College, who just absolutely ran the table there at SoCa. King's College looking like the team to beat there in that division.
They most certainly do. And honestly, that's the team you really got to watch out for because we just saw them come out in a spectacular fashion. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see them go further on into the league. And again, just by coming out with the dominating performance that they had in their previous match, honestly, it's a scary team to look at, especially seeing how they stack up to the other teams in their respective division. So again, just keep your eyes out because I'm more than sure that it's not going to be the last that we hear from King's College.
Definitely. Speaking of not the last time that we're going to hear from them, coming up after this matchup that we just discussed, and although we won't be covering it, it will be a good one. Northwood Blue facing off with Durham Lords. Does Durham have any chance against this Northwood Blue team? Obviously a roster that everybody should be familiar with. Buddy, Pirates, Hockey, Noxus, and Lion Blaze all in one.
A question. What team did you say that they were coming from again over there with that team with Pirates and Noxus? Because I've seen them play on so many different teams. It's hard to keep track now. This is one experienced lineup. What team are they representing this time?
So true. It's Northwood Blue that they'll be on the pitch for this time around. And Lion Blaze joining them too. It's crazy, man. What a lineup.
Absolutely. Now, you see, that's what I figured. I know they were on Northwood, but it was hard for me to narrow down if it was Northwood White or Northwood Blue, because I got to tell you, this is quite the experienced team. Northwood, for the Collegiate League, no matter what, in the collegiate scene, in the bubble scene, even if they come out in some of these other, tournaments around, they are more often than not the one to go all the way to the grand finals and really go the distance. Dude, Northwood White is such a phenomenal lineup. And again, Noxus and Pirates, that is the dynamic duo you have got to watch out for. Like, if anybody is going to be going the distance, it's going to be them two. And I got to say, even in my early days of my own Rocket League esports career, and again, this is a while ago, but there was a time I was up there in the conversation for the Bubble League, and I got to say, my first real good butt whooping came at the hands from Pirates and Noxus. I'll never forget that matchup.
No doubt. Definitely wanted to remember. And then when you add that dynamic duo, and then you put Lion Blaze, the ultimate 1v1 superstar, literal pro, on that squad too, and you have the ability to go one-on-one, you have the ability to go two-on-one, regardless, it doesn't matter. That team absolutely slaps. But we're on the field here for game number 1, as Lebanon Valley White in yellow, Marywood in blue. It'll be Will Smith from the side wall. We'll try to push it past K Yellow, but not able to do so as this one hangs at center. We'll see the pace really pick up here in the Challengers division, as it should be a little bit of cleaner gameplay. I say that, and then we're stuck here at midfield. Nobody really wants it. Able to sneak maybe past it. There's one save. Oh, wanted a save from Jakinator. A great reaction to get that one.
And honestly, that's what it all comes down to, is the reaction time. And we've talked about it time and time and time again tonight, about being able to react and adapt. And as we get into this game number 1 already, kind of flipping the script here and a different change of pace, is normally with a minute gone, we would have seen at least one team end up on the board already.
Yeah, exactly. And somehow able to keep it at arm's length, as Jakinator had to make a desperation save. It was a mistake earlier, and he's going to get on the board as well. Marywood up 1-0. Jakinator, great job to hold things off when things looked a little bit rough, and then transitions it with a little weak touch, but it was the placement that matters on that one to give them a 1 lead.
And just like I said, I wasn't surprised. I was expecting the one goal to come in even earlier than that. Marywood already taking it to LVC and getting that early momentum here. Is right now we see LVC really struggle to get out of their own half. It seems like Marywood is maintaining the majority of the possession.
When you think of Marywood, the first thing that comes to mind is, League of Legends, or really any shooter for that matter. I know they're good at Valorant as well, CSGO. I believe they've had a team in that regards for a while, but you talk about Rocket League, and they're not really that well known in it. But that being said, they have made strides to really improve their talent on the pitch, and it kind of shows as 1-0 lead here, but looking to bounce back, of course, from the 2 losses that they established earlier in this one. K Yellow had an opportunity. The follow-up will be there, though. J Marsh, and they come in support. Marywood up 2-0.
Okay, now, and this is exactly what you were talking about when we're talking about, Marywood, is that, yes, they're known and they're reputable for having all these other esports, and Rocket League, not so much. But with that being said, when you're coming from such a prestigious institution with such a great, well-founded esports program, it's no surprise that they're able to do well in Rocket League as well as these other esports titles.
Exactly right, and it's all about the program, and you get into esports that maybe you weren't in before, but you have the funds and ready to really build and establish exactly how dominant you want to be in the esports scene. And they're showing it quite literally with the metaphor here, or just like a statement of exactly how they want to play. 3-0 now for Marywood, as it has been a one-sided tilt here. We said it was going to go to 5. I might change my prediction the way that Marywood has just jumped out on the front foot and has taken it by storm here, as they're back to the offense yet again.
Hey, don't forget, we saw games earlier tonight where, of course, the losing team goes down in the first game, and they do so in a spectacular fashion, but then they come out and steal it away. I remember one particular series earlier on where they were down 2-1 in the series and were able to turn things around and even up the scoreline. And just as I say it, it's going to be blasé to put one into the back of the net here, getting a read off of their own self-pass, and then finding the inside of the corner there as nearly being saved and cleared away, but not quite there in time, as that one will be the first goal on the board for LVC White.
Blasé was playing a game of chicken there, knowing that the defense was out of boost, that they were going to take that wide angle, and said, hey, I'm going to shoot it here. If you can get there, fine. If not, damned if you do, damned if you don't. Because he had to choose between boosting, not getting there, and just trying to go straight for it, but not being able to get there because of the lack of boost. So, between a rock and a hard place there for the Marywood defense. They jump directly back out, though, and K Yellow with the shot. Oh, it's a bullet from midfield with a perfect setup from J Marsh. And they're out to a 4-1 lead now.
Yeah, that was just a heavy punish there. We saw the mistouch coming in, unfortunately, from the LVC team, and then you give Marywood an open net opportunity like that, and they're gonna take it 10 times out of 10, and 9 times out of 10, it's gonna lead to a goal. So now that we hit the 2-minute mark, Marywood once again looking comfortable with that 3-goal lead over LVC.
They certainly are looking confident and are ready to establish their offensive presence, which has been phenomenal. It will be Jakeinator uncharacteristically missing here. It's a cross as well. A good save there from K Yellow, as things were not looking up there for Marywood for the time being, as the rest of the game has been. Down to a minute 31 left. Still a 4-1 lead here for Marywood. JMar's going to support Jake Nader. Great communication. Make sure somebody had it on the defensive side of the ball. But it'll be a quick turn here from Will Smith. He's in the corner now. We'll look for a teammate. Plays patiently, maybe a little bit too much, as he allowed Yellow to jump up and challenge him on that side wall. Jake Nader. Jake Nader leaves it for K Yellow. We'll push back in. Will Smith just kind of stuck in his own net. Gonna allow a shot. He does get a save. The follow-up is tapped away, though, and Blarmp will try to play it back into the zone here for LVC. And although down by 3, still a little bit of time maybe to get one back and take it 1 goal at a time.
Yeah, I mean, now that the clock is winding down, only 45 seconds remaining, it's looking very much in favor of Marywood. Still plenty of time, but once again, you know, we're just exiting the realm of impossible, and we're into the more of the realm of improbable.
Exactly right. It'll be tough for them. 30 seconds left. Blase gonna get a pass across, though. A shot gonna go well high. Blase trying to wait back, but J. Marsh will clear out. He will gain possession too, try to get the flick off for another goal. Not that they really need it here. Marywood will take game number 1 here. And it did so with the purpose, as they jumped out to a quick 3-0 lead. And although LVC got one back, Marywood was the last to strike here in this one. Pending this last 4 seconds, as Jake Nader will try to close out this one. Marywood up to a 1-0 lead. And we'll look to build off that, as they looked like the better team from start to finish here in this one.
They most certainly did. And I got to say, they came out and they did exactly what they needed to do. LVC White honestly gave up more than one opportunity to capitalize on, and then, of course, Marywood was more than happy to take advantage of the opportunity given to them. But with that being said, I have to say it feels to me that LVC had absolutely no chill. I'm sorry. They were pushing up way too far on too many times, where they even had a shot on the net, but because they were so pushed up, literally on the goal line, the shot was too weak, and it couldn't get past the defender. On those opportunities, you want to stay at least around the midfield to maybe in between the midfield and the danger zone, or the colored area in front of the net, as we like to call it. But again, they were just way too pushed up, and they didn't let each other breathe. They didn't give each other enough space. And anytime that they had an opportunity, they rushed it. They rushed the shot, and it was just not accurate, and it couldn't get past the defenders, nor did it find the back of the net. So I got to say, at least for the side of LVC, calm yourselves down a little bit, take your time, and, you know, let it breathe a little bit. Give your teammates a little bit of space, give the ball a little bit of space, and, you know, try and get some more high percentage shot plays going.
Exactly. It seemed like, you know, they need to be in support on defense, like we saw plenty of times from the opposing side. You have to make sure that you're there and keep the play in front of you. We said in the last series, it applies to this one as well. 7 shots, by the way, from J. Marsh, as he just completely laid it on time after time. And the reason he was able to do that was because it seemed like Lebanon Valley just, they wanted to press up the field, so they left it numbers the other way, right? They were 1v3 basically the entire time, and that'll allow J. Marsh with that opportunity to put it on net over and over again. As we head into game number 2, 10 seconds in, and Marywood looking to get out to that same strong start if they can, because you go up 2-0 in a series, it makes it ever so hard to get back, especially the way Marywood's been putting on the pressure.
And already they have not slowed it down. It's like they literally jumped from game number 1 to game number 2 in the same spectacular fashion. They have not let up on the offense at all. It's almost like we didn't even take a break. You know, we just picked up right after the last goal that they scored, and we're just continuing on from game number 1. Already with that 1-goal early lead for Marywood, catching LVC White outmatched and outpaced. Just too slow to get to the ball on that one.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's what happens when you set the pace, set the tone the entire time. It just feels like it'll continue to go that way, unless LVC is able to make a change. And right now, it'll be up to them to really try and establish that pace. The way you do that is by playing, like you said, a little bit more relaxed. It seems like they're kind of getting ahead of themselves. Play at a pace that's comfortable for you and set the tone in that regards. But for Marywood, they jumped directly back out to what made them successful in the first place.
Well, tell you what, you know how I feel about it? I feel as though is when in doubt, knock them out. If you're not, for whatever reason, connecting offensively, instead of waiting for an opportunity, make one. If you're not connecting, start demoing, start the physical play, get in their faces and force them out of the net, and try to create an opportunity for yourself. Because if you sit there and wait for the other team to do you a favor, you're going to be waiting for a very long time.
Exactly. Will Smith going a little bit too high on that one. Is Blase going to try and settle it himself? A backwards, awkward save there from LVC White as they continue to play a little bit too far forward. Their rotation's always a little bit too shallow. Marywood knows this. They're working them side to side to make sure they stay out of it. But also look at the boost steals they've had as well. A bump there on the back end. Blase, or Blarf rather, able to get to it. The great 50 from J Marsh as he'll work out to center. Pass a little bit too hot to handle for his teammate, and Blase just kind of kills it in midfield. And we'll pivot. Go towards the offensive side of the ball. Will Smith up. Gonna get past one. Blarm's gonna wait in the center field. Again, a little bit too far forward, so we'll rotate out. Great recognition in that occasion. Although Blase gets past one, it's a shot directly back in their zone because of their positioning. J Marsh gonna slow things down, but a good 50 from Will Smith, and they'll stay alive for now.
Yep, Will Smith did very good just then. Instead of falling victim to the entanglement, they were able to get the squishy save coming out from the backboard, getting the clear, and sending it right back to Marywood, as now Marywood finds themselves for the first time on the defensive side of things. But just like they do, they adapt, they react, and they put a shot on, nearly going in. And LVC White once again are struggling to keep Marywood out from the back of the net.
No doubt. In fact, an opportunity there, but a miss. So Marywood had an opportunity to go up 2-0. Remember that one if LVC able to get back into it. Blase from the sidewall will beat the defender on the wall with the 50-50. Will Smith back out. Catching K Yellow backwards. He gets a touch right in the hands of the defense, but LVC can't bury it. No, that was a great opportunity. So there's a mistouch there on the defensive side for Marywood. And LVC coming up a little bit short on that opportunity.
Coming up short, unfortunately, but now here comes the return and the rebuttal for Marywood, once again finding the backboard and a teammate, but not getting the shot on again. Just a little bit rushed, but still sitting comfortably. Well, maybe not too comfortably, but sitting with that 1-goal lead, keeping LVC scoreless here in game number 2.
A good transition there from J Marsh. Can he get back to it? Blarf cannot. And Marywood now feeling a little bit better about their chances. 2-0 in this one. As J Marsh with a great transition, knowing that the defense was trying to trap it on the wall, and so just pulling it back towards the net. There was nobody back.
Yep, LVC once again, no chill, going up way too far, pushing all 3 of their players to the midfield before the ball even got to cross to the midfield. And just then LVC White finally puts a good shot on, but Marywood also quite talented on the defensive side, but one will get past as Blase shows off a little bit of their talent, getting this aerial read here off the pass from Will Smith to put this one in the back of the net and give their team their first goal on the board.
Love seeing that from Will Smith. That's what you needed to do, was not only create that bounce, but then jump up and force the defense. You don't get that bump, but you still force the defense to think about it and play it a little bit shallow. And so they were able to really create their own luck, right? You talked about it. Get those bumps, get those demos, get the other team playing your style, or at least disrupt their style in the meantime while you find an identity in the series. And that's what they've done here, is Blase again able to sneak that one through. And although the defense was the last one to touch it, Blase caused that by playing it out in front.
You see how quickly things can turn around when you slow things down just a little bit. You take that little extra time, you put in that little extra effort, and just like that, you have yourself a 2-goal swing with 40 seconds remaining, and this could be a third, but it will be saved and cleared away. Will Smith not being able to get past the defense there, as now we'll be coming off of the backboard for Marywood, and now Blarn taking a chance there, but doesn't get past the defense as Blase doesn't get the save, doesn't get the touch, and J Marsh will find the back of the net, once again giving Marywood the 1-goal lead.
I mean, that's just unfortunate from Blase to be right where the ball was coming and just touched it backwards and then try to settle it down, because knowing that your teammate was back, it would be a great opportunity for a back pass. But he wasn't able to connect because he was just forced off it. But just as fast as, LVC made the adjustments in a positive light, it went directly back to a place where not only are they down with 14 seconds remaining, but it was just a place where they were all pushed too far forward, couldn't adjust. But they'll have to work all the way from their own side, or other corner rather, as Blase going to try to play it across to the box, but it's red all the way. And now Blarm going to try to keep it up for the time being. It's still up as they use the corner here. Will Smith going to keep it up temporarily and try the 50, but a good touchdown from J. Marsh, and Marywood 1 game away from the sweep.
Yep, and that's what it's starting to look like right now, unless LVC can do something to counteract this aggressive offense. And we're talking about how well the offense for Marywood is doing, but honestly, LVC has a spectacular offense going for them as well. If you look at the shot count, it was nearly dead even between both the teams. The only difference was that one team found the back of the net and the other team kept finding a goalie. And it really attributes to what I was saying earlier, is that they're constantly putting shots on target from LVC, but they can't get to the back of the net because the goalie and the defense is constantly stopping them. So when in doubt, you got to knock them out.
Yeah, that's exactly right. LVC, coming through and getting a couple goals to even things, and then it's got to be heartbreaking to bring it that close and want to play that identity that you found for yourself, and then having that unfortunate bouncer at midfield from Blase, and that was just miscommunication. That's a little bit of positioning a little bit too far forward, like you had mentioned, and that was the reason why that happened in the first place. Full 5-minute focus on your positioning is the only way that they're going to be able to fight through this Northwood team, who constantly puts on shots. Like you mentioned, it was pretty even on the shot count, but it really felt like, the majority of the good opportunities were in favor of Marywood. No coincidence. They're walking away with 2 wins here early in this one and a chance to close out here in Game 3.
Yeah, also the pass plays from Marywood were just beautiful. You honestly can't get better pass plays than that. Honestly, every single time that they passed it, it more often than not led to a shot on target. Might not have been a goal every time, but it was still on target enough to make the defense pull out of position and then kind of cause a mix-up in their rotation and in their positioning to eventually one of their teammates from Marywood was able to find the back of the net. But just like that, it will be Marywood on match point against LVC White here in game number 3, and we are already underway.
And a shot off the bat here. J. Marsh had to come up big with a save there for Marywood, as LVC out in striking quickly. We'll try to use his healing to play back down to himself, and we'll get an extra touch there somehow. But the angle not to be found from Blarmf, as he was awkwardly positioned again. And Will Smith forcing to make this play backwards. Again, as third man back, you want to push it back and forward, back into an offensive chance, not backwards. And so, really allowing Marywood to have free real estate here in the box as well. A chance and a shot, although save Jake was there. Blarmf able to fight it off. But another close chance there from Marywood for basically no reason.
Yep, and again, we see LVC White really on the defensive side of the ball here, but finally are able to clear it out. There's now a shot on, but will not go in. The defense will hold strong for Marywood, and J. Marsh really putting on the speed there, as that they're able to take it to the midfield and then pick up a demo. Caiello now pinching it off the side of the wall, will opt out to leave it for J. Marsh, and a friendly little low 5 coming from Jake on their teammate on that last play.
I saw that as well. Didn't notice if you saw it, but quick little high 5 in the process while you try to develop things here. This one will be lapped out to the side wall. Beat to it, though, by Caiello. He leaves it. Jake already up for this. He uses the bottom of his car to propel that forward, but they still make a save. And J. Marsh right back after it. Trying to get that bomb too, but Will Smith able to get to it. This one across. Waiting for it is Jake Nader. And it sits here at midfield. Blarmf tried to beat J. Marsh with it and does. This one will be off the corner wall. Nobody back. A shot and in. Caiello credited with this one. And LVC had nobody back in supports. And Marywood will take the 1-0 lead. And again, they're trying to close out it.
Yeah, no matter what, this one was going in. But I got to say, it was a tough read for the defender. Unfortunately, they did pull into the corner. So they did pull out from the far post. And again, for those that aren't too familiar, defensive, yes, in fact, defense has positioning. More often than not, you want to go near post, far post. And then if times are really tough, you want to go into the back of the net. But unfortunately, they had to pull the defense on that play, pulled from the near post, went to the corner, and had no backup. Feels bad, man, but a great read from Marywood, sending in 2 players to play cleanup and put that one into the back of the net. And once again, Marywood will take the lead over LVC.
And trying to keep it that way as well. They've done a great job playing with the lead, although they gave away a bit of a lead earlier, and I believe in game number 2, the last game that we saw, they were able to just establish, jump directly back into their play style, and get back to it. A chance to go up 2-0 here as well, but LVC able to jump on it now. It's Blarnth playing it high, off the crossbar, and trying to play in, but J-Marsh had other ideas as he takes him off the field. And will continue to try to get a couple of touches, but beat to it himself, but nobody back. Blarnth forced up for this one. Jake Nader almost got the bump. In fact, he did, but they still fought that off. Again, LVC is scaring me with their offensive-minded play. No real defense to be found here. As Will Smith. No. Okay.
Yep. No, you
okay,
saw,
that happened.
Yeah, you saw it correctly. You had to question yourself. Did that just happen? Yes. Yes, it did. That happened.
Will Smith, I guess he was trying to flick it over his net. Either way, it's not what you want. That's not how you chalk it up, right? And so Marywood with the 2-0 advantage. And when a play like that happens and you're already down 2-0 in the series, now you're down 2-0 in this game, that's tough. That is a tough pill to swallow.
I mean, it was also a tough read. I'll give Will Smith a little bit of credit. You know, you're on your back wheel. You have no backup in the net. You're literally the last person there, and unfortunately, your car is facing towards your net. So you have to make a touch no matter what. So honestly, it was better for them to try and get the touch, even though it was an own goal, than to just let it mosey itself right on in. So I mean, not all to the fault of Will Smith. It's just painful to see as, again, Marywood being oh so unforgiving as they will put another one on into the back of the net. And with 1:22 left to go, it is a 3-goal lead in favor of Marywood.
And that's what makes Marywood so great, right? Is the fact that J-Marsh hopped up to that one and, angled it in a downward fashion where it was on net. So you were forced to make a save as defenders. You're all crowding the net there too, but the support came so quickly, right? It was Jake Nader right on cue, right when he needed to be there, and forced it in as well. That's another bump attempt, nowhere to go. Marywood up 4-0 and will close out this series with a sweep, and rightfully so. The way they've been playing, they've been great.
And I just want to attribute this because I know a lot of people in the Rocket League community, they complain about the demo meta just because it is aggressive. It's really in your face. But just look how that last play unfolded. Jake Nader didn't even get a bump, didn't even get a demo, literally nothing. All they did was drive in the direction of the goalie, and it forced the goalie to try and jump out of the way and move out of their position of the net to lead to a pretty high percentage shot for their teammates. So when we talk about the demo and bump meta, it's not just about actually connecting with the other player. It's really just about getting in the way of the defense to force them out of position.
And it'll always be effective. It'll always be effective unless your team can find out how in the world you can get around it. And if you're outpaced by the other team, it makes it that much more difficult, right? Because they're in your face already. So if they can beat you where you don't even know, if they can anticipate where you're going to be on the pitch, and either get that bump or force you to make a reaction to get around it, there's not much you can do with this one. And for LVC, unfortunately, that'll be the case too, as they will drop to 1-3 on the season. And for Marywood, it's a bit of a more positive aspect here, as they will break even now 2-2 on the season and looking to bounce back into the next one and maybe go positive, go plus 50-50, which will be good for them building some confidence too. Next on the NECC network, we will be hosting Durham Lords facing off with Northwood Blue, who of course we talked about Buddy, Pirates, Hockey, Noxus, Lion Blaze. Who else is on this team? Let's just list all the pros, right? This team is absolutely stacked. Excited to see them on the field. But nonetheless, a great win here and very, very aggressive and awesome play here from Marywood.
Yeah, honestly, you can't get much better than that. But with that being said, Marywood definitely shouldn't lax on their laurels either, because they still have more games to play here at the NECC network. So take this dub, enjoy it, celebrate it for a night, but then get right back to the action tomorrow. Make sure you don't get too comfortable, because there's always a better team waiting in the wing here at the NECC.
Exactly. So much talent as the NECC goes so deep. That does it for me and Captain here tonight. But like I mentioned, plenty more Rocket League action here on the NECC network, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here to more NECC Week 4 Rocket League action. My name is Foof, and I'm joined in the booth by this wonderful human being to my left. It's Nuke, and I gotta say, Nuke, I am so glad to be in the metaphysical squares beside each other once again, my guy.
You know, you're only one little yellow line away.
It's just
and,
right
and
there.
I just wish it just happened. Yeah, no, I completely agreed. It's awesome to be back on the Rocket League cast once again. I've been here sprinkled back and forth. You can usually catch me on Thursdays on the Overwatch action, but yeah, like paprika. But you know, they call in the airstrike. They needed the tactical nuke, and that's what I'm here for this evening.
Well, you know, you got to bring in the Nuke for the biggest of games. And we have an interesting couple of games coming up for us here. We have the Durham Lords out of Durham College heading up against Northwood Blue. And on the side of the Durham Lords, they bring in a very interesting roster, a mix of old and young. But you have Wildfire, Drew's Clues. You see it in all caps and mess you up. And then Benold. So a freshman and sophomore, and then the old head and the senior.
Yeah, and that's an interesting dynamic. You know, there's kind of, I'm guessing, a power play between the years there. But I think I've never heard of the major of elevating devices. That is an interesting major for sure.
Listen, there was the guy who signs off on all the elevators. I hope that's what Benold's becomes. But then looking on the opposite side, you have Northwood Blue bringing in their trio, looking at Buddy, Pirates, and Hockey.
Yeah, and esports management, that speaks for itself. You know that they're going to be bringing the fire this evening.
Well, see, this esports management, you think would that translate into game as like a shot caller? You know, they have classes for that? I wouldn't know. I'm interested to hear, though. I think that would be a cool niche to have.
Well, I think what it does actually translate to is like actual applicable skills that you take outside of game and how to engage in esports. So maybe hockey has maybe a little bit of a leg up on their teammates. You know, their teammates are in finance and accounting. They got the numbers, they can crunch them, and hockey's got the application to make it happen.
He's got the networking, is what
exactly,
I mean.
Exactly.
So all in all, we have the money, we have the numbers, and we have the networking. It should be a perfect team. So now it's just up to them to put that team together. But you have Durham in blue, Northwood in the orange, in an opening kickoff here, trying to start it all off.
Yeah, hockey's going to go for a great midfield play. Doesn't look like Pirates was quite able to get there in time, allow that pass to go off. Durham trying to take possession, fighting up the midfield. Wildfire is looking to make a play, but ooh, we see a demo come out on the right side of the field.
Well, pass coming through, but a shot being denied here. Benold and Drew Clues ready for that one. Pass attempt there by Benold. It's ill-advised at best, as now it's turned back by Northwood Blue, who is in the orange. They're prowling around trying to find an early goal here. And so the first 30 seconds have passed. And you look at both of these teams, opposite ends of the spectrum. One team 3-0 and the other 0-3.
Yeah, very interesting dynamic. But just because you're 0-3 means nothing, right? It means that you have a lot of experience and you've been hitting that VOD review like insanity. Like, look at that goal. That was a massive deny. Hockey trying to get a play. It gets blocked in the goal. Almost setting off the first goal of our series.
But you look at this team of the Durham Lords, who are still searching for their first series win. They're trending up 1-3, 1-3, now 2-3 last week, but they need to find a save here and do. Benold another one here, but a shot coming on, and Wildfire able to slow that one down out to midfield, so it's rolling back onto Northwood's side. That's a team bump. You need to be careful there. Wildfire a bit overzealous. The ball floating in front of the net, but nothing really threatening coming of it right now.
No, I mean, they're just kind of playing back and forth, playing this possession game in the midfield, waiting for someone to make a move. We've seen a couple of demos come out, which says that they're tactically thinking about the 2v3 and setting each other in that position. But Durham playing on the back foot a little bit more. I'd like to see a little bit more of this midfield play come to fruition where they're able to actually get something off of these passes rather than these kind of scripted goals that they're shooting for.
Yeah, the big thing is you need to find outlets, and a lot of people think of the outlets in midfield to playing offense, but on defensive side, when you're trying to break free, if you find passing outlets early, it opens up those doors with transition and further plays, as this is a shot coming on there, but not a lot coming. Hockey looking for a near post play, but there's a defender waiting now. Cleanup attempt, but another defensive stand, and the Durham Lords trying to do a lot, and Hockey opting to go low. I think he could have gone high and probably pulled the trigger on that.
Probably, but I think that Hockey was in their own head a little bit about whether or not the defender was going to come down, and that's exactly what happened. But that was an immaculate defense coming out from Durham, who is now trying to push their offense, keeping it on Northwood's side, going off of the post. Pirates is going to come up, try to get some sauce, 61% to work with, hitting in the midfield. But Benold's trying to make that stop, and we're just seeing a lot of back and forth, which in Rocket League, that's typically what you're going to see in the first game, right? Feel out the other opponent, get a good feel for how they play and how you can adaptively work around that.
Both of these teams trying to find that adaptation as the ball now resting in the corner, trying for a touch off the ceiling, and gets it, and he's going to bury it home. Hockey finds the icebreaker.
Yeah, that was a great play off of the side field. Buddy, you can see it from his perspective, him backing away a little bit. I don't think that the Durham Lords were quite ready for that play.
The Lords? Unfortunately
Lord.
not. My liege, there seems to have been a goal scored against us. But right now, the Lord's trying to find one here. I like the lead bump play. Drew's Clues clearing the path right this way, my good sir.
And if you everyone take out their handy-dandy notebooks, because that's how you block a defense. What a massive big brain play from Drew's Clues to add value and get Durham in this game.
Absolutely selfless player on the back end by this Lord's player. And so hopefully this could open the door for a couple more goals for him. But Benold's dangerous touch here. Can't get the clear. Northwood Blue putting more pressure on. That is a touch coming in from Pirates, but he could not find that near post. Wildfire, very slow push, but ends up beating both players. Drew's off the ceiling here, pinch off the backboard now, trying to find maybe a shot, but just a bit too much momentum. It's now turning away. Pirates, that is on. It needs to be saved, and Wildfire doing just that.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think Durham was looking for that pinch when they were going off the backboard. Oh, Hockey making a cheeky play in the midfield, trying to take something from Wildfire, but springing away last second. 1 minute left in this game, and it's 1-1 on the clock. We've seen a lot of the back and forth action so far in the series, and I think it's going to come down to the big P word, possession, in this last 30 seconds.
Well, possession's a huge thing, but possession is only as good as what you make of it. And I like the ideas here that Northwood is bringing. They take a lot of passing attempts. They try to move the defense around. They open up the post, and Hockey finds his second. Another shot and another goal here.
I think Hockey may have brought the top hat with him, because it looks like he's trying to pull some tricks out of the bag, and may find it in the first game of the series.
Pair of goals here, and that gives them the lead once again. So Hockey doing what he does best, putting the team up. And now a kickoff ball that's just kind of left at midfield. Pirates and company on top of it. Hockey, there's that man again. The ball rolling up the sidewall here, but it's cleared all the way out. So the Lords of Durham, they need to find a quick one here with only 20 seconds left.
Ooh, and this may be it. Drew's Clues coming up off the backboard, hanging it off the post. Wildfire going for a shot on goal, just barely missing that shot. Now it's getting sent downfield by Northwood. They were trying to get something set up, but it looks like they're going to take the safe route, try to keep the ball just on Durham's side of the field and end this game one early.
They're trying to put another one in, you know, smelling the blood in the water, Nuke. And Northwood Blue, by a score of 2-1, are able to take game one, but mostly on the back, as you saw it there in a very small pan over. That was 6 shots on the back of that lead flag runner in Hockey. So when you allow that many shots as a defense, it's very hard to kind of build that rotation around, find boosts and find clears.
Absolutely. I mean, that was the name of the game. It seemed as though most of that entire match, Durham was just stuck in their corner. Northwood was just playing that midfield control much better. It's like you said in the match, Foof, possession is huge, but it's what you do with it that really matters. And I think that's how Northwood was just able to keep slamming them off the backboard.
Time and time again. And that's such a big thing, Nuke, is if you don't realize how to defend your backboard, you'll end up giving a lot more touches than you want. And because that backboard was so open, they just found it time and time again. And they, more in particular, Hockey was just doing it again and again and again.
Yeah, Hockey, if Hockey showed, if you give Hockey the possession, they are going to take the slap shots, if you will.
Well, Benold's looking for a quick start here, trying to get Durham on the board, but it's immediately denied. Buddy, the other way. That's a long arcing ball off the backboard. Drew's Clue's a bit too overzealous there, so the ball staying on this blue third for now as Wildfire and company trying to dig in and prepare for this siege. A touch off of the ceiling from Hockey, but Reynolds and Drew's Clue's both on the back wall in a dangerous spot, but a fortunate 50 into a pinch clears it all the way down the field.
Oh yeah, and right into the hands of Wildfire, who's going to take those flames and do something with it. Drew Clues meeting in the midair, trying to get possession for the side of Durham. Gonna pass it back. Wildfire looking for this midfield control, and Buddy will be there. And Pirates is looking to take possession again. It looks like it's just once again this back and forth action that we've seen.
Good control here. Wildfire does not have the boost to follow, but technically that one was on. So Northwood having to live dangerous here. Buddy putting it in his own net, but able to get it out off of the bounce. Honestly, living on the razor's edge and not being cut right now.
Oh yeah, I mean, whenever you're thinking, "Hey, buddy, watch it," that's exactly what I'm gonna come to mind every time now. Ooh, the demo coming out in the goal as well. Drew's Clues looking to make a play up the field right in front of the net. Will anyone be there to capitalize? It does not seem so.
Big Dim in there opened some doors, but they could not find a way out and break this tie. Hockey with a flick over one. Reynolds just standing tall at midfield, but he cannot get the clear all the way past. This is a dangerous ball if you're a Durham Lords player. That clear, unable to make it past the midfield trap. Buddy setting up. He's in a 1v2, a 2v2 with a teammate behind him. A back pass, trying to find a bump. Maybe no. Playing off instead, waiting for the pass to himself. Pirates unable to get that one to go. Hockey in the corner. Ball rolling back mid one more time. Drew's Clues. Shot coming on. That's going to be a dangerous touch, and it's saved somehow. Pirates was robbed of a save.
No. That was massive for Pirates. That was a big old yar of a play. Pinching it out of the goal, making sure it got out of the net. I mean, we're 2 minutes, 40 seconds left on the clock, and no goals have been scored yet. As I say that, Pirates is going to sneak one in, feeling very jolly on that, Roger. And it's looking like Wildfire was not quite fast enough to get that out of the goal.
He said, Psionics, you can hold on to the 75. I'll get my 100 and get the team the lead. Now 6 seconds above the midway point and a 50 starting us once again. The ball on this orange half. A demo coming through. Buddy pushing it back into the corner, but there's still 3 players of Durham trying to find some offensive possession, but the ball is broken out. Buddy putting a shot on. It bounces off of the backboard, though, unable to find its mark.
And right back in front of their goal, Wildfire just looking for a clear, and I feel like that's been almost a great play from Hockey, wrapping around the side, getting a little bit of a bump coming back as Northwood Blue is stuck on their side of the field. The pass off to Hockey, Reynolds is going to stop it. Buddy playing the midfield, noticing that Northwood Blue is going to play this up. Wildfire going for a shot on goal off the backboard, but it is going to get defended by Northwood, and they are now on the offense.
Better 50 there at midfield, though, keeps it on the Northwood side. And now Wildfire trying an undercarriage touch. It's ended up being a pass to Drews, and the cleanup just too good.
Yeah, that was great adaptive play from Drew's Clues seeing it. And it's kind of surprising, and it goes to show this minuscule sort of issues that you can have in these games can lead to much larger issues, right? So the adaptivity I'm seeing from both of these teams is a cut above the rest. And I was going to say that for Northwood most of this game, but Durham just showed that they have what it takes to stick in this series, and they are not giving it up.
Once again, they found an answer, but it's up to them to find a lead and not give up any scores on their own side. Buddy in the corner gets the has the ball, has a ton of space as well. That demo opening the door. Hockey is there, putting a touch towards the backboard, trying to find a double here, and it's going to be found, but it's not going to be in the back of the net. Pirates denied by Reynolds, and so bending but not breaking is Durham.
I'm telling you what, Foof, if Northwood Blue could just move these angles just a little bit more and tighten them up, this would be a blowout game. Absolutely. I mean, they are coming so close with these touches on goal. They just aren't quite finding the right touches that they want.
And now the ball settles, and it's on top of Buddy's car. He's going to try and find that playmaker in Hockey. The ball out midfield. He's taking it himself, though, and it's a slow roller past the front and unable to find any traction, but they will not allow it out midfield. Dangerous here by Drew's Clues. That's a bad 50 there as it pushes it towards their own net. Hockey and Company, 24 seconds trying to find a stealer.
Yeah, they're stuck on the side of the field, and they're pushing for everything that they have. Buddy, going to capitalize off of that play in the midfield. And once again, Durham just a tad too slow to the call to make it happen. You can see from Benold's perspective, was coming down for the closeout, but it happened a little bit too fast.
Just a perfect infield pass there to find the teammate and then keeping it away from those two pesky defenders on the right-hand side. But this is a dangerous loss on the kickoff. Drews wins the 50. Now 9 seconds left, and it is up to Durham to find an answer. They'll be down 2 games here and looking at series point. That clear going all the way on. That's technically going to be on, and save needs to be had, and it's there. Northwood Blue able to keep it out and stay with a 2-1 scoreline.
That would have been one of the wackiest goals to end out a game I would have ever seen in Rocket League. That would have put them in OT, which is kind of crazy to think.
I mean, it was a 10-4 showing here, and Northwood Blue put all the offense on. And you talk about it, if they can find different angles, and maybe they'll score a couple more goals. But the thing is, Nuclear, it's also a testament to this Durham defense. They have built up a wall, and eventually it's going to find holes if you keep shooting it with a cannon. But they are finding a way to keep this game close, and now it's up to their offense to kind of catch up to what their defense is doing.
I mean, and that's where you draw the line between your defense and offense, right, Foof? I mean, you have to be flipping that script immediately. As soon as you're off your defense, you're passing and you're moving on your offense as soon as that happens. And I think that if they can find that transition a little bit faster and capitalize off of these touches that they're finding in the clears across field, they could make this a much closer series against Northwood.
Well, as close as it could be. I mean, it's already splitting hairs right now. Oh, okay. You know, missed the opening kickoff. It doesn't matter. Buddy's already scoring.
Is that a 2-second ope? Let me just sneak you right past you right there. Sorry, I need to grab the barbecue right behind you. Yeah, that was definitely a 2-second ope for the books. Northwood starting out this game 3 very strong, wanting to close out the series immediately.
Looking to put it away and put it away early, but Benolds is not having any of it. Kickoffs are a double-edged sword, and this time the Durham Lords able to find a strike.
And met with another 2-second opes. Benold came by and said, you know, hey, sorry, gotta get the hamburgers behind you. Let me just sneak right past you.
It's a small little trade there. Homie stock, if you will, perhaps trying to keep
the
it
homie,
equal.
yeah, the homie stock.
And that's a shot on, but denied at the last seconds by, I believe, Pirates. No, that is not the name. I like the idea from Benolds, but there are just 2 players waiting in the wing. That's off the ceiling. That's a pass for Pirates who can't catch up to it. Buddy, now the lone player on the side of Northwood Blue at midfield. 2 players go up, and they pinch the ball towards that half, but now there's no control to follow of it. So a bit of a dump and chase and trying to find a play in that transition.
Yeah, and that's a little unfortunate because now you got it back for boost. You got to find that rotate. You're out for a few seconds, which could mean all the difference for your team. In fact, so we're going to see that demo come out. We're going to see Durham trying to make their play here, but getting demoed again. Man, these demos coming out from Northwood are just unforgiving.
I mean, we talked about defending the backboard and Durham trying to do that, but they're being forced off of it as it is just all air control. Northwood, another demo comes out, but this time it could open the door. Drew's able to see it here. He wants to find a backboard pass, and it's off there, trying to find a teammate, but unable to get a favorable touch. And there's another blue car exploding.
My God.
Now, Hockey looking near post, and he beats them both. He's able to get it to a 2-1 scoreline.
I feel like I'm watching a Michael Bay film more than I'm actually watching Rocket League because the explosions are stellar coming out from Northwood. They are not allowing Durham any territory on their side of the field whatsoever.
Better setup and a good finish to follow it up with just an open net. Wildfire has a ton of boost, looking for that touch off the backboard, but Hockey playing lights out on this orange third of the field. I love the touch there coming from Pirates, but it is unable to find its mark. And there it is again. 2 more demos. Hockey and Buddy in a 2v1, but he can't find the touch. So now they have to get creative as the cars spawn back in.
Yeah, and when you consider mentality in esports, this is a good play from Northwood, I think, because they're trying to tilt Durham by making them feel so pressured. not allowing to move across the field how they normally would, and shutting that down very early. This could mean everything in a game 3.
Well, Buddy sitting there waiting for a boost, did not spawn from in time, so he had a challenge with low resources. Binold, midfield, but can't get it past that standoffish defense from Northwood Blue. Trying to find a pinch pass, but it won't get too far. Pirates on the sidewall. He's got a teammate there, putting a touch towards the backboard, and it rolls back down, and now it goes the other way. A bit of a tennis volley starting to go back and forth as we trade possessions.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was noticing, though. Binold's going up. Hockey trying to shut that down, not even letting it get to Pirates. Wildfire pushing it in the mid. Hockey stopping that again, but it's going to drop right in front of the goal. Had a player been ready
Shot
for
on.
that. Ooh, that was a great save.
2 players there. You need to be careful not committing too many, but that's a shot coming back the other way. Drew's able to get to that one, and now the ball going out to midfield. It rolls up the wall here and bounces off. Hockey putting one near post, and it's going to bounce out, and Buddy sealing the deal off of the dish.
Let's go, buddy. Good job, buddy. Yay, buddy. that was a great play. I'm not your buddy, pal. No, I think that was a great play from Northwood, and like you said earlier, I think Durham is just kind of getting stuck in this process of, are we able to move? Are we able to even get around this field? Because I'm sure they're feeling trapped at this moment. But a demo is actually going to come out on to Northwood from Durham. Might actually give them an opportunity to score. Wildfire going for a shot on goal, not going to quite find it. Drew's Clues trying to control the midfield. They were looking for the 50. Not going to get it either. Binold's putting it back downfield, but Hockey taking possession into the hand of Pirates, who's going up for a goal. Barely missing. Wildfire now taking control. Moving it up the field is Drew's Clues once again passing it off the backboard. But it's getting taken by Buddy, and it's once again back to this possession game and what you're doing with the touches that you have.
Trying to be successful and trying to find the best outlets. That's all these teams can do. But Durham, they need a lot, and they need it now as they are down 2 goals. No, 3 goals with 61 seconds left.
That's a bit of an oof. That's unfortunate, but 60 seconds left. That's 20 seconds a goal. You can totally make that happen. We've seen, I've seen more before.
You've seen more before, and we've seen things. So you just have to play a lot differently than they have, and so a lost 50 here could be a kickstart, but it isn't immediately another lost 50 that pushed it back to their side. Drew's flicking early, so he loses control here. Pirates putting a touch on the backboard, trying to catch up this one. He does catch up to it and finds the triple to finish.
Yeah. Let's watch this again. So it comes up. Pirates sees the opportunity, goes for the triple, but what actually knocks it in was the Durham defender there. Who was that? I didn't quite catch that.
I don't know.
That was I think that was
Binold's.
No, okay, that wasn't Binold's. It was Wildfire.
It was Wildfire.
Yeah, 100% Wildfire there. But just like Wildfire, this game is quickly taking pace as it looks like Northwood is just running away with it. I mean, that's 2 goals in 10 seconds. Now you're at a 5-goal deficit in Game 3, and that is no bueno, as we like to call those.
Yep, 6-1 deficit right now, and it is getting out of hand quickly. Northwood Blue firmly in control and just making any and all plays. Binold pushing it near post to the ball, slowly rolling back down, and now Hockey in control, looking midfield for Buddy. Wildfire is there, and the 50 pushes it into the corner of that pinch. A little bit dangerous here, and that pass from Binold is going to find a non-friendly car. Pirates doing a lot of shenanigans here. It's a 1v1 in the air, and the defender is able to stand the test.
Yeah, Drew's Clues passing it downfield, looking to get a self-made goal, and WoW gonna find it. You see the WoW come out. Looks like they found all the clues they need right now. It's not going to quite be enough to take the series, so, you know.
It's always a feels-good goal, just to get one at least back, and it's not going to be a Brazil,
Exactly.
2-6.
Not stuck in that 1 goal. Only
Limbo.
having 1 goal, right? Yeah, limbo, yeah.
Oh, well, we're trying to find another one there to go away, and the ball falling down Morley just a formality at this point as a shot bounces off. They keep it up, and it falls gracefully down. Northwood Blue takes 3 straight.
And wow, that was some great play from Northwood Blue. Some of the most adaptive players we've seen all night, and a combined shots of 16 goals for Northwood Blue just showed that they had possession in all that game three. And I think the demos definitely had something to do with it.
Well, it's just that offensive pressure that they were able to generate from the demos, from the steals, from the boost takes. It was just all of it pushing together. That was just a bit too much for this Durham Lords team to overcome. And at the end of the day, the team that stays unbeaten continues to stay unbeaten. And the team having to find their first win looks to next week to do just that, Nuke. So storylines continue and storylines trend. That is the end of this series, but we have some more coming up.
Very, very soon. In fact, right after this series, we're going to have Hofstra Gold taking on Queens Highlanders. It'll be a series for the books over in the Challengers Yellow Division. But GG's all around tonight. I think that what's crazy to me is both of these teams are very reputable Rocket League teams. They definitely know what they're doing. They have great programs. So it's just a matter of what they do with these VODs that will dictate what they do moving forward.
Going to be who can adapt, who can overcome. And right now, it is just business as usual for one side. And the other side, you got to pick up the pieces in the best way that you can, look at the good, and try to fix some of that bad.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree more, Foof.
Well, we're going to be taking a short break. And after that, we'll be right back with some more Rocket League. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. After a small delay, we are now back to our regularly scheduled Rocket League. It's week 4. We have a couple teams coming in, and now it's a little bit of a repeat of what we had last time, with Hofstra being 3-0 and the Queens Highlanders being 0-4. So an unbeaten versus a beaten. Best way I can say it here. Nuclear.
Yeah, no, absolutely, Foof. It's very reminiscent of what we saw about an hour ago with the Lords, Durham Lords, that is, and Northwood Blue. Now we're seeing with Hofstra Gold and the Queens Highlanders. Hopefully, we have a little bit closer game in store this evening. The series that we saw prior was a 3-0 sweep, and as the record shows, it's very telling to what we might see and what lies ahead. But I hope it's a little bit closer this time around for sure.
The games were close, but it's going to be up to the series to be a little bit closer. So, looking at the side of Hofstra Gold, they're bringing an interesting trio. You have Happy Camper, Magic, and
Miraculize.
Miraculize.
Yeah,
That
Miraculize.
is one that's going to throw me for a loop all day.
Yeah, like you miraculize the miracle right in front
Miraculize.
of you. Exactly. Miraculize, senior finance major, Magic, the sustainability major, junior, and Happy Camper, the neuroscience sophomore. Let's take a look over to the Queens Highlanders and see what they're bringing to the table in tonight's lineup. Looks like we are going to see Simba Boom 8, like for Mike, and Tasagi, the health science sophomore, the Con Ed junior, and the engineering freshman. They are gearing and ready to go, if you will.
Certainly lined up and ready to go, like I am, Hopefully we can get all 6 of these cards loaded on the pitch shortly and have 5 minutes locked into that clock, because it's really who's going to come out and find their footing, because it is 10:08 at night, at least in the Eastern Seaboard. So some of these games, as you get later and later, you have to find your way to get back into that playing state. So you're wondering, Queens is coming off of 4 tough losses, a 1-3 against Holy Cross and an 0-3 against Clark Red, whereas you look at Hofstra, they are 3-0, 3-0, 3-0. They are trying to continue that boulder as it rolls on.
Yeah, it's not even a case of Hofstra just sweeping in record. They have swept all season. I mean, they are 9-0 right now, and they are seemingly unstoppable right now in the division. But as we said, we are going to kick things off, both teams moving towards the midfield, and it is looking like Hofstra Gold will be kicking off this series, winning the kickoff.
Hofstra Gold in the blue, the Highlanders in that orange. And so, early kickoff here, as both teams try to assert themselves. It is up to Hofstra Gold to try and set the tempo and set the pace like they've done all season, whereas the Highlanders, if you are this team that are underdogs, you don't want to allow early goals, and Happy Camper too happy to see that one through.
Oh, yeah, and that was a great pass mid from Magic Miraculize, setting off that 3-piece. Happy Camper securing it, and I think as soon as we've opened up this gate, the Highlanders have shown that they are trying to play. They are here, they are doing their best, but Hofstra Gold just keeping up the pressure in the series so far.
That dunk into the corner, resetting here. Hofstra trying to find something, like pushing it all the way out to midfield, and it rests now on Hofstra's side. The ball off the sidewall here, trying to find something there, but not much coming of it. The Highlanders getting a little bit too overzealous in their pushes right now, aren't able to find consistent touches, and Happy putting another one on, though this time Hasagi ready and willing to make that save, and now the Finnick getting punished for that. The ball resting at midfield once again, and Hofstra setting up here past to Happy, and he's going to find another.
Yeah, Hofstra Gold looking really comfortable in the air. I mean, look at that back pass over to Magic, back to Happy Camper. This team has synergy, and they are showing it in every play they're making so far.
I mean, it really feels like they're just feeding the beast known as Happy Camper. That is his second goal, and that was the third shot. So the sophomore leading the charge right now, and trying to find one there is Miraculize, and that one means it's 3-0.
Oh yeah, Miraculize finding the pitch here off the right side, getting the angle, and making the most of it. I feel like that is where the Queen Highlanders really need to find their footing, is how well they're able to play this defense and get these turnovers into their offensive play.
Well, it's about starting to build at some point, and right now they haven't even been able to lay down the foundations of a defense because they are in shambles anytime this kickoff goes their way. Now Like for Mike keeping it low, but can't get past that last man of Happy Camper. Now he's playing offense on this orange quarter. The ball rolling back down, and it's on Like for Mike's guard. He's getting dribbled instead of the ball. Miraculize trying to get a wave dash here instead. Plays it slow off the wall, setting up Happy once again, and there he goes, getting his third.
Yeah, you know Happy Camper has already paid the dues. He's got the right permits, and the tent is permanently pitched right in front of the Highlander goal.
And having a great time and having a great game here, Nuke, because it's 4-0, only a minute and 40 in. The Highlanders have had little to nothing in response, and it's been all Hofstra.
Sagi pushing off the right side, looking to make a play, but that's going to go right back down to Simba Boom, passing in the midfield. Magic going to make a play to stop that immediately. Miraculize now trying to set something up for Happy Camper. Simba going to take it up, and
Beautiful.
Like for Mike going to score. Highlanders first on the clock. And man, what a great goal indeed. Simba making that awesome pass play. Pinch to mid. Like for Mike following up.
A bit of a miscue there on the defensive side, playing too far near post. It allows that far post to be opened up, and the Highlanders able to strike here and find one back. Magic on his own backboard here, having to play carefully, but he puts it right onto the nose of one of these orange cars. Magic now in transition, given a lot of space. Happy wants to sign off on this, and he can't catch up to it, so it stands at 4-1, and now it's a mad dash the other way. A bit of a track meet breaking out as both teams racing back and forth and back and forth. That one off the side post, unable to get it to go, and it rolls up, and that's a clear from Magic trying to find Happy Camper.
Yeah, you know, you got to pitch a tent before you run a marathon, and I think that's exactly what they're seeing in this back and forth play, Foof. Couldn't agree more. Miraculize passing backing to Like for Mike, trying to make a play. Not finding quite anything, though. Happy Camper's going to be there. The pitch is coming mid. Hisagi taking possession, but with no boost.
Demo.
Find themselves in a demoed position. Miraculize going to score.
I mean, just winning the 50 and then pushing it into the near post. The demo opens the door, taking the dunk, and then seeing your opportunity. That was originally a 50, but the goal opens up, and Miraculize takes that one.
Yeah, and that was great adaptivity from Miraculize. You need that eye to make those plays. If you don't have the eye, understanding that it's your turn, then you're not going to be there. The opportunity won't arise for you to make those plays.
Now the ball resting on Hisagi's card, rolls off of his, and that Finnick needs to make something special happen. They are down 4 goals. The ball off the backboard here. It's a pass out in front, trying to find Simba. Simba looking ahead to Hisagi. I like the plays. I like the passes, but the defense standing up at that test. Happy Camper throwing it high, trying to find a pass at midfield. Like for Mike, though, denying that one, and now the ball starting to find its way back down to the green grass in the pitch, going all the way back to the other side, and it bounces off the backboard once again.
But Hasabi trying to be there to get that pass as well. The Highlanders, while it's taken them a minute to be able to get in game and really get their heads in here, they're starting to open the fridge and show the sauce a little bit more. I'm liking what I'm seeing. That pass play down mid was pretty clean.
Miraculize has a ton of boost and was given a lot of space, but it's immediately slammed closed. Simba Boom has the clear, but cannot find a secondary touch. So now it's just going back the other way. That's all 3 blue cars up. Happy can't get there, but the ball sneaks past that last defender, so it's having to be cleared out by none other than Simba Boom, who's on that mad run around the entire world, and he's making another lap. A backboard pass attempt is stalled away for now, but the Highlanders still have possession.
For now, Like for Mike, sitting with 5 boosts, that's not pretty. And we've just seen an unfortunate amount of boost management come out from the Highlanders as they've really tried to keep up the pace of the series. Miraculize getting a shot on goal. Like for Mike, not going to let something that cheeky pass right over him, though.
Well, slow play here, but a shot coming on, denied in the back end by this Hofstra Gold team, and that's a beautiful clear to open it up. Magic, though, does not have the boost to get the wherewithal touch, so instead of a shot, it just keeps possession, and that's all they need. Hofstra Gold letting the clock milk down, finding another one here, maybe. Magic still in the turn. He's not able to get there, but it does not matter. Hofstra Gold win 5-1.
Absolutely, and Hofstra Gold showing dominance that game. However, I will say the dominance in the first 2 minutes was just a cut above the rest of the series.
Just a
It seemed
bit.
like the Highlanders hadn't really pushed it into gear quite yet. They were still changing gears, shifting. Right around that 3-minute mark, we saw them making those pass plays. And I feel like that's a testament to their play, as we've seen them in the past 4 records that they've had play in the NECC. They've consistently gotten better and worked on their play. I would love to see that click a little bit faster. If they're able to turn up that pace, they could throw some shots down on this Hofstra team.
Well, it's not about just throwing shots. It's about finding the good opportunities as well, building an offense around a possession, finding clears, finding bumps, finding boost steals, because all of that will build to a goal. And so it's about not skipping any of the steps here, Nuke, when you're trying to follow this recipe.
Oh no, I completely agree. That's what I'm saying. I feel like they have some ingredients in the sauce. However, the sauce is left incomplete.
I like the pass here. Magic trying to finish that touch off the backboard. Now it's going to be up to Happy, who's going for the dunk down, and that's an own goal!
Wow. Yeah, that was just an unfortunate play from Hasagi.
Just a misread there. The clear coming through, and Hasagi, I think, was trying to get out of the way, puts himself in the way, and Hofstra Gold up by 1.
And that's the exact position they want to be in when they're kicking off this series. Pass mid, Miraculize making an immediate shot on goal. Like for Mike, gonna be there to stop it, halted in its tracks. Looking for potentially a play in mid, Miraculize trying to set something up. Not gonna quite be there. Magic looking to play this midfield against Hasagi. Like for Mike, gonna be there to stop, try to take possession. And this is exactly what we're talking about, right? Highlanders are not able to get these long clears, and Hofstra is just keeping them on this side of the field and berating this goal.
Well, the big issue is there is when you're looking for long clears, all it takes is one big 50 and the ball is stopped. So they need to start finding passes to clears that'll move the defense around or that offense around to open up the lanes to flip that pitch. But now a bump coming up keeps Magic on the ball. Happy and Magic and a 2v2. That 50 keeps it there. And Magic has not had boost for probably 13 seconds, but it's just being a nuisance on the ball. A back pass to Happy Camper. He's got a shot on, trying to find a second one there, but can't find the follow-up touch. So it still stays at a 1-0 scoreline. Miraculized over one, a soft touch with the delayed flick. It's going to be 2-0.
And that's going to be massive heading into this game, too. Keeping the pace up is Hofstra. They are setting the pace currently. Queens Highlanders having a hard time matching.
Well, matching right now is the most important thing in finding an answer as the offense continues here for Hofstra Gold. And they're not leaning off of it. A quick touch there. Miraculize can't get to it. The ball going all the way back, but Magic there to collect that. Dominus, though, beat by another Dominus is Simba Boom pushing it up. Miraculize looking for a redirect, pushing it near post. Magic trying to follow it up, and now it's back to the man who started it all. It goes off the ceiling and rolls back down, but it is cleared out aggressively by Simba.
Happy Camper finding a play in the midfield, looking for something. Magic looking to capitalize. Gonna go straight to Miraculize. Open your eyes. Realize, realize, realize. Throwing it in the back, looking for something to follow up. Happy Camper utilizes all the boosts to get there. Looking for a fake in front of goal, but now we're gonna find it on the Hofstra side of the field. The Highlanders may have their chance here to score their goal, first goal of game 2.
Well, it's turned away currently, a 50, keeping it on this side, but they need to get something special here. Happy, ready to push that back, and so Magic collects the boost, has the ball, and beats it out to midfield. Now the pressure keeps going on that shot, rolling towards the net. You need to find a touch here, and he can't, but it goes, thankfully, off the crossbar for this Highlander squad, and now they're still under siege. Happy putting a shot on, but denied at the outside of the goalie box. Hasagi in a 1v2, but cannot get past Magic. And now, once again, Magic making that Dominus look 3 or 4 times taller with these 50s.
Absolutely, and it's causing everything in the series. I mean, they are winning all of these 50s. It is, like we said earlier, the pace is being set at this moment. And it's like you said earlier, Foof, I'm seeing a lot just misplays coming out on this Highlander squad. Unfortunately, we're not seeing the standard cut that Hofstra is currently setting when it comes to these passing plays, when it comes to boost management, when it comes to everything so far. It just seems like Hofstra has them cut out.
Oh, they're just a cut ahead right now as they still stand up 2. And the Highlanders trying to find an icebreaker in this game. They had one there, but that redirect left high. Light for Mike playing slow, and Miraculize finding another touch here off the side, while Magic putting it high, trying to find a teammate. Climbing ladder as Happy Camper is going to put a shot on, but denied by Hisagi. So going the other way. Mike off the backboard here, trying to find something, but that ball too high and too slow. Cleared all the way back by Miraculize.
Yeah, but Hisagi now maybe finding a play. Finally getting it up. Is that going to go in? That will go in. Hisagi wins the 50 for potentially the first time in the past 20 minutes we've been here.
That's just a misplay. Unfortunately, they're Happy pushing that ball, putting it a bit too far in front of the Octane, so it opens the door for that big 50 dunk, and it finds a way as the Highlanders are now only down 1.
Which is not that much if you compare it to the last series, right? They have to get one more in this final minute to tie it up and then potentially take this team into overtime.
Happy, though, with a big-time dunk, but he's lost the boost. Going to have to try and wave dash here and have a little bit of fun there as he couldn't get the wave dash to work for him. Hisagi into the corner. The ball bounces back off the backboard one final time, but it is denied by Camper. Mike going high, but denied by that same Octane again. Now he's looking midfield, but finds only an orange Dominus waiting for it, but that rolls low. Mike putting it off the backboard, and it's cleared immediately in return.
Happy Camper has been watching way too much Jumper because these teleportation plays are crazy. Magic getting a demo on the side of the Highlanders, opening up this goal for Hofstra, passing it mid, but they are not going to find anything. Almost a cross-court shot coming out from the Highlanders, putting it back on Hofstra's side. It's going to be up to Hisagi to stop and Miraculize from this goal. 1 second left. It's up.
Stays up, and it is up to both of these teams to try and find something where the ball falls down. So Hofstra takes their second here on Forbidden Temple, and they now stand at series point to try and look and take over this Highlander squad.
A much closer game too, but if you were able to peek at those shots right before we cut away, the Highlanders, let's just say they made 100% of the shots they took that game. 100%.
They made a couple. I don't know if it was 100%.
There was only one shot.
Was it? Was it 7 saves that I saw then?
It was 7 saves. There was only one shot made by the Highlanders.
Yep. Yeah. And so it was a big time showing from both of those teams. And this is just where it kind of, the rubber hits the road. It is up for one of these teams to try and finish the series, and the other try to get their first win. So a real repeat of the last series that we just had. And so game 3, it's the meat and potatoes. You're either finishing your meal or you're getting ready to start the second course.
Exactly. It's either the janitors coming in for the sweep or the reverse sweep may happen.
15 seconds already off the clock here in game number 3, and a push coming out. As push comes to shove, Magic clearing the road. Miraculize able to just get that one away. Happy getting some control, but Hisagi is there. He goes up early using a little bit of that boost and can't find a follow-up touch. The 50 tall here. Happy Camper instead not having the beans to follow, just trying to push it into the corner. So 40 seconds off the clock. Both teams trading possessions right now.
Happy Camper also trying to get a play in midfield, and Magic gonna capitalize. Wow, what a pass up.
Just do you, Magic, as Happy Camper sets it up high. They've looked for this a ton of times, and they've been challenged every step of the way. This time, it's just enough open, and Magic is able to knock it down.
I mean, if you are not looking at your air control, if you're not looking at your air defense on the other side, things and plays like that are going to happen. And Hofstra going to play all the cards and skills that they have in their disposal.
A miscommunication right there as it goes off of a Dominus when it was an open net. The Highlanders going to be kicking themselves on that one. Magic trying to find his team, and he's passing it down and finds the beautiful dish. Miraculize with a finish.
That was absolutely beautiful. Yeah, I just wanted to soak that in for a minute. Great capitalization from Hofstra.
Finding the moment, and now the moment is nigh for this team in gold as Magic has the boost, has the ball, and it's sitting on his nose. He gets under one, but he can't get it over the last one. Happy Camper now. 60 boost and a lot of time and space to work. But Hisagi standing up to that test, defending their net, trying to find a way to keep this only at a 2-goal deficit and break back into this one. A shot out midfield denied by Happy. He is on offense. He's on defense. He is everywhere right now. And this Envy Octane unable to stop that one is Simba Boom putting it in.
Yeah, Simba Boom seeing that immediately. Hisagi put that up. They were rotating back. Magic didn't get the touch quite in time, and they laid that down straight in goal. That's 2-1 now. 3 minutes and 22 seconds left on the clock. We're not even halfway through this game.
Oh, a quick kickoff there. Magic putting pressure out to midfield, but it hits the ceiling, so it cannot find Miraculize on the other side of the pitch. The ball bouncing sporadically right now in this blue corner. He's got it on the Octane, just playing interestingly with it. That dribble was behind Hisagi, trying to get something of a late touch here. Gets a pass out there, but a big 50 keeping it away from the back of Hofstra's net. So the clear from Miraculize over one. Shot coming on. That's going to go off of Simba Boom, and Miraculize credited with that touch.
Wow. Yeah, Miraculize trying to take that in anyway, and Simba Boom just got bumped in the air, and the car was used, like you said, for that touch. Hofstra now taking that for their 3rd goal of this game.
3-1 is the scoreline, and it looks like it might be 3-0 if the Highlanders of Queens cannot find an answer. A shot coming on, but Magic is there to deny it. Hisagi can't catch up to this one. A touch rolling up the sidewall here, trying to find a pass out. He gets it over one and tries to beat a second. The ball still in the goalie's box. Miraculize denied here again by another of the Highlanders.
The Highlanders trying to regain possession. Happy Camper gonna set down the demo in front of the goal. Gonna see, like, for Mike, try to make a play in the midfield. It's gonna be right in front of the goal, and Miraculize gonna capitalize with the 4th of the series.
4th goal coming through, and Miraculize winning 150, 250, 350 because the demo opening the door, and it is 4-1.
Yeah, that was a massive demo. They had a chance to defend there, but, you know, when your car's not there, when it's gone poof, what are you to do, foof?
All that really matters, they had 3 chances at it, and they struck out each time, and now a touch coming towards the backboard. Miraculize dodges the demo, but doesn't dodge the ball. It's now on the sidewall here as a slow roller, keeping it at midfield. Happy putting a shot on. 3 players go up, and the last one there is Simba Boom to find a touch. Magic looking midfield. Happy is there, putting that one on, and that's 5-1.
Wow, this pressure coming out from Hofstra is almost suffocating at this point. It's a lot, and it's like we were talking about in the last series. It's all about mentality when you enter this point in the series. Hofstra just not letting off the gas whatsoever.
Minute 51 left in the game. About 108 or so seconds now between the Highlanders and walking away 0-3, but they need to find something here as Hofstra goal trying to keep their unbeaten streak alive. A shot coming on, but it's too high, going off the post. Magic on the sidewall here, trying to work something with that dominance as a pass midfield, but it's just a bit too far for Miraculize, so he has to get some control. Ball rolling back midfield. It goes off the ceiling. Happy Camper is there, but he gets it too far to the right, unable to put it in. Magic, slow play here, going to keep it low, baited the defender up, but a rotation near post keeps it alive, but the offense still around. A shot coming on, and this one goes way to the left. They're starting to lose their sights as they push it on each and every side of the goal.
I mean, they honestly can just keep this flexibility going. They're making the Highlanders flex all of this defense, and Hofstra just has to buy time at this point.
The big thing is when you start playing offense like that and you keep swinging and missing, you have to make sure you don't bang it off of the backboard or open up a clear with all 3 of your players up. So a 4-goal lead right now. The Highlanders trying to find an answer. That 50 pushed to midfield, but then returned by Miraculize. Happy Camper playing low, but can't get it past him. Up to Magic. Magic has a shot on a bump, opens the door even further. It's 6-1.
Yeah, that was a great play midfield from Magic. Happy Camper putting it up. Gets 50'd by Hisagi. Magic capitalizes, yeah. And I think that they were doing a great job of playing it off of that goal, Foof, because they were playing it low that entire time. They weren't really going for those wide clears or wild shots. It was, let's keep it right in front of them, but just out of reach.
Oh, Magic trying to get creative here, going near post with a little bit of a pinch shot. The ball rolling off the backboard, no real clear until Simba Boom gets there. 24 ticks left, and right now all to play for really is some pride on the side of the Highlanders. And Hofstra Gold, you know they want to try and take a trip to South America. Shot coming on, that one goes a bit too far to that left-hand post, though, and only 10 ticks left. That's past midfield. Magic is there, but so are the defenders. Happy Camper able to put it in with, 7 seconds left.
Yep, I think they just booked that one-way ticket to South America, if I'm honest.
Well, hopefully they find a way back because we still have 7 seconds left to play. Is Hofstra Gold still in control here? I don't think you could. I mean, maybe, but it's still dangerous to not, to go take a trip to South America with 6 seconds left and 6 goals. But that's gonna be how it ends. Hofstra winning in brilliant fashion. More offense, more goals, more wins.
Absolutely, and Hofstra just came out dominant in this entire series. I mean, the 3-0 sweep, that leaves them now 12-0 in the NECC. Who is there to challenge this Challengers Yellow Division champ so far? I mean, if you're not having this team down on your fantasy league, which I know all of you have an NECC fantasy league, if this isn't number 1 on your Challengers Yellow Division, I don't know who is.
Well, I don't know who would be either, especially with this team winning in the way that they do, Nuke. So now we move on. Another 3-0 moving to 4-0. This time, though, it's 0-4 moving to 0-5. So trend continues. Teams keep on rolling. That snowballing team still searching for their first wins of the young season. Now, we're going to have one final game of Rocket League being played here. We're going to have EAUC D Blue. That's a lot of things there. And the New Mexico Tech Miners. So you see that @ sign over there beside that handsome fellow. Make sure you follow him there and check his socials and stay up to date with him. My name is Smooth, and I'll be joined in the booth by another good friend of mine in a bit. So stay where you are, and we'll be right back. Finally back here with more NECC Rocket League action, and I'm joined in the booth by the man, the myth, the legend. It's Hail Monkey Man, and we have one final game here for us for the night.
Man, it took a minute for us to be able to get to, but it is the end of the night before the midnight hour, and I'm glad to be able to finally be in the booth with you, Foof. It has been, it's been forever. You
stole my line.
You know, you stalked me a little bit before, and I was like, man, who's this guy? And then I realized, oh man, he's really cool, and I'm sad that I didn't get to cast with you until this moment.
Well, you know, stars align, and it's finally here, Hale. But now all that really matters is this pair of teams coming in. We have a conglomeration of letters. That certainly means something. EAUCD Blue on one side, bringing in the combination of Salmons, Papa Rob, and Grunt, and all of them, all sophomores. So a bit of a young group, and being that similar age, they have a lot of time to work and possibly know each other.
The Aggies, they should be able to have that kind of chemistry that's built over time. When you see these programs really develop themselves, you get to see, all right, how can we build it from the floor up? But they're going to be going against a squad that's been able to really show some prominence, but not found a win yet. It's the New Mexico Tech Miners on the opposite end of things. This is a squad. This is a program that's unafraid of bringing the depth of their players and their roster. We've seen some changes in and out between games when it comes to series play. Hasn't really played out yet because they're currently 0-3, but I like the versatility and I like the utility of players trying to be able to find that best chemistry.
Listen, man, mix in the pot. Eventually, something good will have to come if you keep on stirring. At least that's how NMT's looking at this right now. So they have all of their players in, you know, a nice conglomeration of different ages, different ideas, and different play styles. And so hopefully they can find their way to their first win here as a bit of a trend right now. The winning teams stay undefeated, and the teams that haven't found a win have been able to find their first win. So maybe NMT can buck this trend on the last series of the night.
You know, I would love that. I like it when we have a bit of parity, and I like it when we have consistency, but I even like it even more when the David beats the Goliath, when the underdog upends and creates that, I guess the better storyline, creates a little bit of chaos in the box, in the booth, and on these records. I like a dirty record. I don't like undefeated record. Undefeated records are really good, but cool, but I want these teams to be able to prove that they're worth it out there.
Well, it's a quick start here as New Mexico Tech has taken over the scoreboard, it seems.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, there we go. Scoreboard fix. A nice backflip there. Dreadful Monkey slow. And so both of these teams in the feeling out process, you have NMT in that red-orange. EAUCD Blue in the blue. This is the first time, at least on my night tonight, that the teams that have a color in their name are on the correct colors.
That's fantastic. That helps out everything because we're kind of stuck with, all right, we got blue, we got yellow, we got orange, we got blue, and then if you come in with a different color on your team name, oh my gosh, just make it easier for at least us if you can. But luckily, production, they thought ahead. They thought it would be good. And thinking ahead is Papa Rob trying to be able to bring this one straight into the stripes and straight into the net. The opening minute of play has had a bit of long exchange over the course of this pitch and these rotations. And I want to see if EAUCD, which I don't know what the EA part is, but I know that's University of California, if they're going to be consistent, trying to be able to continue pushing the Miners back.
Well, it's currently stalling at the midfield, and that's a dangerous pass. Papa Rob setting up NMT as they look to find one here. The Miners going off the ceiling, trying to find something there. Flux can't find a pass, and so it still stays in this kind of similar spot right at the edge of this offensive third for NMT. Salamans looking for a pass to Grunt. Grunt pulling the trigger, but denied at the last moment here. But the offense still on Rob in a 1v2, trying to keep it low, but unable to beat the defense.
Papa Rob, I'm going to give credit to his car. Look at it, just looks classy. He it's black and white. He's got the nice hat. He's got the wonderful the suit. So he's here trying to be all business all the time.
Dress for success.
So yeah, new car, new look, new you, feel good. Look good, feel good. And just look at that hat. Look at that hat.
I always love the toppers, but it's going to be a double tap here coming from Salmons on their third shot, able to break through there, and the defense just a bit too overzealous.
And that is Papa Rob waiting at the midfield line. He's tipping his hat to Salamence as he's able to just stay focused. And that was inevitably, eventually going to break through as the Miners have been giving up so much space, and now bang from the kickoff. Man, that was quick.
Topper's OP because this just kickoff win is just a bit too strong. Flux going a bit too far away from the ball. It's an easy shot and an easy goal.
That's not great if you are the Miners. You gotta be able to buck up real quick if you can. And so, responding well is Davis, as they're able to just send the Miners pack in a time or two. Break away, and then loss of possession. That's something that needs to be cleaned up. They've had some great transitions, the Miners have, from their half forward, trying to be able to stand up against Davis, but still no possibility of being able to get into the stripes. A nice catch off the top of the box, and then this one will turn into a demo. Physicality could be another factor that really turns into profit for the Miners, but Papa Rob just in control.
Slow flow here. Rob trying to find a teammate to Grunt. Grunt, though, unable to get to this one. He's still on top of it, though. Rob back in the corner. The ball rolling in front of that goal, but they're unable to find it right now. A good 50 keeping it stalled out. But Starmania into the corner once again we go, but denied by Papa Rob. Grunt, this time unable to get to it as well. I thought he had the pace, and now Papa Rob jumping in front of his teammate. So an interesting play there. It's now up to NMT, but denied quickly by the near post rotations.
And I thought that they were going to get punished because there was definitely a double commit with that extra teammate jump. They were holding hands, trying to be able to crisscross applesauce and dot all their I's and cross T's together. But instead, turned into nothing punishable on the side of the Miners. And they're still looking to be able to connect better over that midfield line. Interconnection here is Historomania. Will nearly drag Papa Rob into that connection, but it'll be Grunt who's going to be moving through. A nice punch onto the ball. Good collection of this possession, and we're at sub 80 seconds. Still nothing for the Miners. They have a fat goose egg, and they may be laying another one.
Well, they've been hemmed in the whole time and only had a couple of opportunities, but none of them worth really while because they have not had consistent offense, good control of the ball, good control of the pitch, making that defense move around. This 50 trying to get something going there. Starmania taking that shot, but unable to put it on the backboard in a threatening manner, and that 50 just denying any more offensive pressure.
Romania was looking to elongate this play, and inadvertently it's gone off the front nose. Call me Flux, and this is now going to create a defensive snafu against the Miners with sub 40 seconds to go. Papa Rob looking to be able to give this as a handoff over to Grunt. One after another, we've seen the Miners just not really maintain much moving in. They kind of have individual efforts that just have no boost behind it, and then they just aren't communicating well. On the opposite end, Davis have been connecting ever so just efficiently. We have had some elongated stay here, and then this can turn into a third-man play if he goes to the top shelf. An extra chance, but good backboard defense, and that one should put it on ice.
Well, a slow play into the corner means not much coming here, and the ball falling down, really just a formality at this point to take us into game two. Here's the California. Davis just looking to take game one here in a 2-0 scoreline. Flux back into the corner. Not a lot of boost to follow, so it falls down 2-0 here for UCD Blue.
They did that with some efficiency. Papa Rob, I mean, he's got the one goal to him, but it looks like he's had a sincere amount of control from the midfield. Never let the Miners break out, and even when they did, was able to collect, pick up, and move forward. That it was just good, steady control. They never gave away a possession for free. They were the not the crypt keeper. Why was I thinking that? The boatman, the Charon, if you will, to the land of the damned, and they were able to say, you know what, you'll be damned if you get past us.
Well, the big thing is you look at those numbers and you talk about it, having to cross that river Styx at midfield. They only did it a single time successfully. One shot versus the 7 on the side of UCD Blue. So it's about taking offensive pressure and turning it into shot tail, and that's exactly what UCD Blue does best.
We're going to see if they can maybe turn that one right around into game number 2, as we seemingly we're in the forbidden temple,
I thought
but
I was
apparently we're forbidden. Yeah. So
it's like a YouTube video. We're like working on my homework in the background.
Yep. And so we'll get to maybe visit there in a moment. But I think that if we can just get maybe better takeaways from the likes of the Aggies, if I'm remembering their mascot correctly, they have a cool cow as like their
They do have a cool cow. That honestly should be the mascot. The cool
Yeah.
cows.
The Cool Cow, the
Yeah.
CC's, the
Yeah.
Cool, nice glass
Well,
of
you can't
milk and a
CC because that's a
milkshake.
restaurant.
Is it? Oh, true.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's a pizza
Well,
chain. But we'll talk about rebranding later because right now there's a Rocket League game still to be played, and the ball now at midfield. A little bit of a reset off the kickoff, and Grunt deciding of an interesting approach and taking his teammate out, and just Hysteromania seeing the hysteria in front of him takes the goal.
I thought Grunt knew something we didn't about how that works, and wow, okay, yeah, that's how you get a lead, I guess. Why not take advantage of opportunities when they present themselves? And there's no greater opportunity than when just two teammates don't know what they're doing next to each other.
You know, he was just trying to do the no clip into the free win, and unfortunately did not hit that button at the right time. Opens up a goal here for NMT, their first of the series, and they take full advantage of it. They say, we take those! And now it's up to Dreadful Monkey to find another one here going off the backboard, but denied by Roach. Papa Rob, not Papa Roach. Now Salomon's playing slow here, past midfield to Grunt. Grunt just a bit too far behind it and cannot connect to that one.
I bet Papa Rob is friends with Papa Roach.
Oh, you kidding me?
Cool
They
lyrics.
keep on rolling.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they're good friends. They rock out together. I haven't heard Papa Roach in years, and these guys haven't seen the back of this net in a few minutes. The first minute of play has been dominated by the Miners, but Hysteromania is going to see if they can be able to get out of this half as well, as they were slowly seeing a mounted momentum by the Aggies. And again, confusion and traffic by UC Davis really has kind of given them some learning pangs, some issues here in game number 2. And you know, the Miners, they're going to take every single step they can. Like you said, they take those and they'll take advantage of any mistake that the Aggies will present.
Yep, about 95 seconds now passed. It's still a 1-0 game. And so Papa Rob and company, they've been a bit out of whack as they were the offensive team last time and have not been able to establish themselves. Past midfield, Papa Rob putting it off the backboard again, but too close up means there's no follow-up. Though Grunt coming off the demo. Where did he come on wielding his steel chair?
He came from the top rope. This man was like, hey, steel cage match, cool, ba-bam. It's Christmas present to John Cena because you never saw him coming and you're able to put one through. It was great, right? He goes to the box and he's like, oh, for me? Yeah, it's perfect.
Smile so genuine, but genuine right now is it being back to a 1-1 game where we restart almost. Now 2 minutes gone. So NMT's quick goal turned away by UCD's Blues opportunistic play as that ball just slowly sitting near post. Rob waiting for it to come back to him here, but that Dominus just doing a really good job of actually dribbling the ball like a basketball past the defenders.
Hey, you know what? If you're gonna
Got the
have
handles.
some dribbling going on, now do we call it a two-hand dribble? Because I thought that was legal in this league, right? You put two hands on top of
I think it just brings a new term, a new definition to cars handling. But you know, neither here nor there. Papa Rob trying to find it, and I was intrigued there. They had a 2v1, but I think Grunt wanted to pull out instead of going for a bump or trying to find a pass there. So still 1-1 here. Ball back out midfield. It's all up to Rob. Got the white hat, trying to find a touch here, but cannot get it past that defender.
Third man breakout has been key for the Miners to be able to get these clears, and so far it has been very, very brief about how they're connecting beyond the second man that's brought up by the Aggies. That's a nice high pop. Papa Rob is going to go get the midfield boost and steal any extra resources, as well as possession. Sub 2 minutes to go. Hysteromania in a very awkward position. He's facing his own net and he's backwards, but it will be found by Call Me Flux. Now Dreadful Monkey, who has been a breakout artist, trying to create a jailbreak in favor of the Miners. Slow play. Papa Rob, it's a 1-on-1, 2-on-1. It's a demo play, and that's going through.
Taking advantage of the numbers, but this time you look at Flux, he's trying to slow this down because he has a teammate rotating far post, but going for that boost instead of running the path of boosts back means you're a bit too far behind the play, and it's 2-1.
Sometimes getting those little pads is just as good as getting the big one, especially because you're going to have just enough to be able to get into the play, and you're going to be in the box much sooner. Third man will not commit out of Salamans with minute 20 shortly coming up. Trying to be able to get some kind of flick, but We're in a very familiar situation, maybe with one extra goal for the likes of the Miners, but they're still at a deficit that has been very untenable for them to be able to catch up to. The Aggies, as long as they do not surrender further on their defensive half, they've been in great control, and even with diving darts like that, they've been able to send them away.
Interesting flip there, using a lot of momentum into the wall. Grunt trying to stay low here, but cannot get it past Flux. Flux still trying to stay on it here. Salamence in a 1v1 here out at midfield, putting it up high, trying to find Grunt. Grunt has great control, but I don't think he's going to find a favorable touch off the backboard. Now it falls up. It's up to Flux here to find that clear, pushing it to midfield. How did he get the boost? There were 3 blue cars there, but it just waited for him.
That's domination. That is just winning. And that's an attempt to be able to get it over to Dreadful Monkey, but instead it's a breakout by Papa Rob. It goes over to Call Me Flux. We had 20 seconds remaining here, Foof, and this is still an opportunity for the Miners to get on the board one more time and maybe get us into OT territory.
Well, the ball's on the right side of the pitch at Hysteramania off the backboard here. Flux unable to stay with it now, so 10 ticks left. It's falling onto Nose of Dreadful. Slow play here, trying to get another touch. He avoids that demo, but the ball going off of his car now out to midfield. I don't think Hystera can keep it up, and UCD Blue takes another.
So we got to see the Miners get on the board. And the one time they did, it was because Grunt just forgot what teammates were, to be honest.
Teammates are hard, man.
They, like, where are they, honestly? I lose track of them all the time. But he lost track of his. He lost track of the handles on the ball, and then it turned into a great boomer straight into the middle of the net. But otherwise, this was still just, it was massive control.
It was just.
By the likes of Davis. It was just. It's just enough for the Miners. Yeah.
Well, the big thing here is I look at it. That's again, they only had one shot, Hale. You're not supposed to play Rocket League by getting only a singular shot on the scoreboard. So, I mean, they were 1 for 1. So it's hard to ask for more offense than that in that regard in percentage. But when you are hemmed into your own side, I don't care how good your defense is. I don't care how solid your rotations are. If you don't have perfect boost management, if you don't have solid clears, you're going to run out of boost, run out of time, and run out of defenders.
Run out of real estate real quick too, especially when you're only on that final goal line. So, do we have enough games? I don't know, because this is not a best of 7. This is a best of 5, so they have to be able to act now. They were able to capitalize on some issues before. They're trying to do the same thing again. That's when you need to Doofenshmirtz, rather.
Doofenshmirtz.
I mean, there's an R in there. If you just call him Schmertz, it kind of gets the name across. But regardless, I want to see him be able to do more like that. But, just put it to the back of the net.
Well, shot coming here from Dreadful Monkey, but Papa Rob and Grunt both there, and now it's cleared all the way. Grunt, though, wishing they had that one back, and maybe he let it go, and it almost came back to him. So I thought maybe the ball loved him, but unfortunately it was a bit too far past him. Rob getting a good 50 there, keeping the ball at midfield. Grunt coming up, but so is Hysteramania. That win pushing it further on the half. The bump is huge, but a 50 still from Salamence keeps it alive. The defense walking a tightrope above this floor of glass.
The main perpetrator that is defeating the Miners right now is themselves. And of course, maybe a few of the extra bars that apparently are hanging out around the perimeter of the net, which has become much thicker in this game 3 of this best of 5. And if the Miners are trying to contend to elongate this series, they got to get a little bit more accurate, put it between the pipes. Don't let the woodwork catch you off guard. First minute and a half of play. Davis, they have been very much in dramatic form, keeping themselves at an even 0-0 against the Miners. Dreadful Monkey, he's got an option. He's trying to be able to give it over. It's got just a little bit off, a little bit too wide.
Well, it's just late on the jump there, realizing, I don't know if he thought the pass was coming or didn't know the pass was coming, but not getting up in the air means it falls so far down that defense has a lot easier time of reacting and finding a touch. Ball at midfield. Rob into the corner, trying to find something here, but cleared back out. Dreadful Monkey, the lone man up on the offensive glass, trying to find something here. Grunt pushing it, but fighting his teammate for it. There are miscommunication there, or a lack thereof, making it awkward on the offensive push. Salamence into the corner once again. The ball just doing a little bit of a pirouette right now, just running back and forth into this corner.
It is like a 5-year-old in a grocery mart, and then the parents are trying to be able to get them and saying, hey, no, I want these snacks, and just running away from literally everyone that actually wants it. And Doofenshmirtz, he's going to be that cousin that says, hey, man, just chill out. We're going to try and go and get this ball. And Grunt, will be able to elongate this one into the corner. We're beyond halftime of game number 3, still even at nothing. Doofenshmirtz has provided a lot of extra velocity and quickness in the rotations just to be able to make these challenges a little bit faster. That's something that the Miners were missing. Got to be able to see if that will find some level of profit to put it in the back of the net. But right now, just being on their opponent's half is half the battle.
Slow play here. Salamence keeping it low, getting it past 1, but can't get it past 2. Papa Rob trying to pick up the slack here, and that is a dangerous touch here coming from NNT, pushing it back to their own side. Salamence off the backboard here in Hysteromania. Slow and steady, a touch, putting it towards that goalie box, and new EMT, they're down but not out in the series and have done a great job of stalemating this one. They just need to find their mark. Grunt, though, in a position but can't beat the defender.
That was just about on target. 90% of the way. You need to find that 100. This will go into the corner. Recovery will not be gained, but this is a drop off by Grunt. Very dangerous. Bring that right in front of the box. Instead, they do not get punished as Hysteromania will try to collect. Will get boost, steal that away from a would-be thief themselves, but this one will be going through. Papa Rob, he's always been there.
Papa Rob just waiting at the outside of the box, and this small miss clear means there is no defender at home with a double commit, and Papa Rob just gets the old 9-iron out and chips it over the defense.
That's gotta hurt if you're the Miners, because you've been doing much better about being able to transition upfield and of course to collect yourselves and your psyche when it comes to defense. Options not available. Don't give one up center lane, main boulevard, congregated upon, but what's less congregated is the clock with time remaining for the Miners to get things clicking, because that clock just keeps ticking.
Papa Rob, that's not even nice, just winning the 50, realizing that it's a mishandle here and dunking it near post.
He's always hanging out at the midfield. He's always there to punish you when you mess up, even if it's in the most minor of instances. You're calling him Papa for a reason, because he's the one in control. He's got the belt. He's taking you to town, and this could be UC Davis that are going to end this series early in a sweep.
Well, NMT needs to find one and find one now. Doofenshmirtz putting a touch on into the corner. Grunt there as well. That's a slowdown that they did not expect. Pass off the backboard, trying to find a teammate. NMT putting a shot on. That's going to be a chance for another, but Doofenshmirtz not able to get to it. Pinch off the sidewall here, trying to create something early. That's a great 50 there to keep it alive. And now Dreadful Monkey pushing it back to a teammate, trying to reset. They have 20 ticks left to find 2.
Near side corner, in all of a few seconds, is just moving on out. They have to connect in this exact moment. If they do not score off of this, which has a chance, and it will go off the pipes. Oh, that's basically the definition for the Miners in this one, and that's gonna hurt. It does as much as a 3-0 sweep will. UC Davis, they take the night, they take the fight, and they take this in a 3-0 sweep.
And it's this time, though, it's NMT having 5 shots comparatively to the 3. They put the offense up there, but it wasn't good opportunities all the time. It was a couple great shots that had to have been saved, but they were rushed opportunities that allowed the defense to get there in time. And so at the end of the day, it's just quality over quantity in the end.
And you got to be able to find at least a better quantity of those shots early on, because they were lacking in that. Finally brought in some speed with Doofenshmirtz, maybe a changeup that should have happened earlier on. We saw all of them earlier in the pre-lobby that they were all prepared. They were all here. They were like, all right, who's playing tonight? Who's going on? Which is good, because that means that this program, they were like, all right, which players are going to play? Which chem is going to happen? They eventually found something going. It was a little bit too late. Let's see that posted up later on, but they will drop to 0-4, and that will be UC Davis that improves to 4-0. We've seen the dichotomy of all these different squads and how their records are turning out. And, this week just has, the succeeders succeeding and everyone else just finding a new way to go back to the drawing board.
Literally up is up and down is down here at the end for the last 3 games. Winners win, and everyone else does what everyone else does, unfortunately. So, NECC Week 4 wrapping up here for Rocket League. But please make sure you drop a follow down below, because this is a lot more than just Rocket League here. Ton of games, ton of great content, ton of great people like this wonderful human being off to my side. So, you see that @ sign, go follow him, stay in touch with him, because gotta say, I have a fun time doing it, so I know you will as well. And I'll be honest, Monkey.
Oh, was that not our send out?
That was a terrible cut. So usually we drop the weight here and it ends, but this is Foof, NECC. I'll catch y'all later.